Everyone, and welcome to our first technology update webinar. Unfortunately, this year we didn't have the chance to go over the kingdom and travel from one place to another due to the coronavirus situation. So we committed to ourselves to make this technology day via a webinar. So we invited a lot of clients. Also, we are streaming this live on YouTube. And I have with me my colleagues, Firaz Ghandour, our senior solution engineer. We have also Faisal Basudan, solution engineer, and we have also with us Abdullah Al-Muammar, solution engineer. So this is us. You can see us, I believe. And now we'll go to the presentation. We'll start our presentation to show you the agenda and who will be doing what. So we have actually 2 days in this webinar series. We have the day one, which starts today with Firaz, Ghandour, Faisal, and Abdullah. Firaz is our senior solution engineer focusing on specific industries like the local government and the central government and health and education. And he will be also presenting different type of topics like Arcgis Experience Builder, Rds Analytics for IoT. Also, we have with us Faisal Basudan for this day, our solution engineer. He will be talking about Rgs Field Apps, Rds Dashboards, and the new features and the new capabilities across those applications. Also, we have with us Abdullah Al-Muammar, our solution engineer. He will be talking about the new features and the new updates in Arcgis Online. He will start with the basics. He will show you how things works with Arcgis Online in terms of map viewer, and then talk about the new features and the enhancements that was introduced this year. It's good to note that we have day 2, same time as today. So tomorrow we will start also with myself, Mustafa Koeik. I'll be talking about Arcgis imagery GUI collections, new features and new capabilities in Arcgis Pro on the server, actually also in the deep learning capabilities across different components of the Arcgis platform. I also have with me Aida Thobeti. He will be talking about Arcgis Mission. This product actually we did last week, a focused webinar about Arcgis Mission. This time tomorrow we'll be talking briefly about Arcgis Mission, trying to introduce and summarize the last webinar that we did. Also, Aida will be talking about Arcgis Excalibur. After that, Dalal Al-Muammar, our solution engineer, will be talking about Arcgis Urban. So day 2 will be focusing about geo-enabled solutions, as day 1 will be focusing about the products and capabilities. So this is the agenda for day 1 and day 2. Most of you received that private invitation to join via Zoom. For those people who didn't receive the invitation, you can watch us on YouTube via live streaming. So as I said, day 1 will be focusing on products and capabilities, and we will start, the agenda will go in this workflow. We'll start with Arcgis Online, and then we'll move to field apps, Rgs Dashboard, Rgs Experience Builder, Rds Analytics for IoT. So mainly we will talk about the new capabilities, the products, what was introduced. There is some new applications that was introduced, and there is some existing applications that was enhanced. So we'll talk about both of features and capabilities across different type of existing components and the new components. In day 2, it will be a little bit different. So we'll be focusing about geo-enabled solutions. Those are for solutions introduced by Esri lately, trying to serve focused solutions from A to Z solutions to cover most of the business workflows across different industries. So this is how it will work. Also, it's good to note for those who received the invitation, please register for day 2 if you didn't. You received one email. It has 2 links: register for day 1 and register for day 2. And I hope you will enjoy those 2 days with a lot of information. It's also good to note that most of those presentations will be demonstrations actually. So we will see the technology in action. It won't be boring. We hope so. So we hope that you enjoy those. And we had some comments actually last week on the webinar that we did on Arcgis webinar, the Arcgis Mission webinar, that some people asked if you can conduct the webinar in Arabic language. Actually, we thought about it. There's different factors that we didn't do that. Actually, our client base and the users, GIS users in the kingdom, they are mixed. We have expatriates, we have locals. So we try to deliver and conduct our technology updates in a universal language. And this is how we see it the best approach. Nevertheless, we need also to mention that most of the team, as you saw, are young Saudis, young talented Saudis that joined in the last couple of years. So if you want to approach us physically, like we used to do in the last technology updates, you can reach via emails. We can arrange Teams communications, or you can visit us, or we can visit you, taking into consideration all the COVID-19 precautions, and then we can communicate in Arabic. So this is our approach for the kingdom, and we hope that the technology can be understood as much as we can demonstrate. So usually I believe that what we are trying to do here is to demonstrate the technology, so it's actually self-explanatory. So whatever language we deliver, it will be easy to understand. So let's start with our introductory slide. I'll start talking about what is GIS. Actually, this is only, we'll go through 10 minutes of introductory, and then I will handle it to Firas, so he can start demonstrating and talking about the technology itself. So what's GIS? Actually, how we look about GIS? We look about GIS, it's component of maps. Usually, this is the most common thing that we know about GIS, a map. Also, we have other data that is not related to a geolocation, that doesn't have geo component. So we can relate that data to a certain component that have a geolocation, so to a certain asset. And then once we link those together, the maps and the related data to it, we can start doing magic, which we call the analysis. We can start doing spatial analysis, imagery analysis. We can do network analysis. We have a lot of analysis, part of the platform, part of the technology that we can do in order to generate insights and information about the data that we have. So most probably you will have some layers that comes geographical layers. You have some data that have geolocation component. So we call those layers. And then you relate those data with your existing databases, with your existing tables, relation databases, management, for example, technologies. And then once this environment is ready, then we can start applying all the geographical analysis tools provided by the Arcgis platform. And then once we have those analyses and outputs, we need to share those as information products. We need to share those information, the data that we got, the analysis, the output of our analysis in the form of applications. Then here where it comes to connecting different departments, connecting different people, different organizations via GIS applications. So our Arcgis platform and part of the GIS workflow is to share your information in the form of applications. So this is in brief. So GIS is the technology applying geographic science with tools for understanding and collaborating. And then it helps people reach a common goal to gain actionable intelligence from all types of data. So let's try to explain how Esri looks at this GIS concept. We call it the science of where, right? It's a framework and process that enables GISers and non-GISers to use geographical infrastructure in order to go through all these workflows. We have the data management and integration process where we have access to our data, and then we move to visualize those into maps. And then we do our analysis and modeling on those maps. And then we go to try to understand and analyze and plan based on those outputs. And then we can share and collaborate with others in order for us to take better decisions and then take actions. And it's good also to mention that there are a lot of Arcgis components that enables informing and sharing of information. We can talk about this in later slides. So talking about data, so how Arcgis works with data. Actually, we work with all types of data. From your system of records, we can access imagery data, we can access tabular data if those are in Excel sheets or stored in a relational database management system. We can access vector data. Also, the 3D component and the 3D capabilities are being enhanced a lot recently within the Arcgis platform. We can integrate with IoT, the Internet of Things. We can integrate with sensors, and there is also new capabilities on that. Firas will talk about it this day, the Rds Analytics for IoT. And because there is a lot of technology changes and we need to understand a lot of information in no matter of time, there was introduced a new trend in the last, I think, 5 years or 6 years, the big data concept. So we have those technologies, we have those components that supports big data, so we can read from big data technologies in order to process and digest all those information in a form or in a way so we can understand that much amount of data. And then we can access LiDAR data, even unstructured data. And there is a lot of work with Autodesk these days in order to have better integration with the building information models, so we can support BIM in our platform. And there's a lot of new releases and new enhancements that was done recently. Sorry. So taking this into different type of perspective. So we said that there is the data, right? And we said there's some tools, and we did the analysis and we understood those data coming from different data sources, from different data types. So how to consume this data and how to make this data actionable. We need applications. So part of the system, part of the Arcgis platform as a platform, we have a lot of applications. We have field apps. Faisal will talk about those field applications. There's a lot of field applications, and there's also new applications that was introduced in the last couple of months. And we have the business applications where you can do your business analytics based on the data that's gathered and then share those information in different type of applications. We have the design apps, we have the viewer apps, social media applications, storytelling applications, where we call them story maps. And we have the dashboards for executives and decision makers, also for commanders sitting in the back end and monitoring the operation in a daily manner. So actually what we are doing here, what I'm trying to explain, that we bring the power of location to everyone via those applications. We are enabling our system of engagement via the Arcgis platform. So it's across the organization and it's beyond that as well. So again, this will be my last slide before I handle it to Firas. I'll take only a couple of minutes. Esri had defined common pattern of use of the GIS based on the experiences with the clients, based on the experience across organizations. So those are the common patterns of use that we see. We see it in mapping and visualization. So most organizations, when they come to us and start discussing the requirements with us, they talk about mapping and visualization. They want to understand locations and do relationships and visualize all that on a map. And actually also they want to do is to manage this data. They need to collect information from the ground. They need to organize it in a well-structured database management system, and actually maintain the accurate locations and the details about their assets and resources. As well, there is the field mobility, where organizations need to enable field staff and people on the ground to consume and use GIS components, and that the power of geography, the power of maps. So we have this pattern of use. And actually, we have the monitoring where people need to monitor via remote sensing workflows, or actually if they are in the back end and they need to monitor their operations in a live manner. Also, we have the analytics. People come to us and ask us, I have a lot of data, I have geographical data, but I want to do analytics on those data. So this is one common pattern of use as well. New common patterns of use also were introduced, like the designing and planning, and there's a lot of work that have been done, as I said before, to evaluate alternative solutions, to compare scenarios, to compare designs, to see different type of architectural and design urban planning scenarios in certain city, for example, or in a case of a redevelopment of a certain area. So we have this pattern of use. We have the decision support system. We have the constituent engagement where we need the public to be engaged. And those are well known in the new concepts of the smart city, where you need the public engagement to be shared, and the transparency across government and the citizens. Also, we have the sharing and collaboration pattern of use. All those common patterns of use are being introduced recently. So whatever we will see today will fall in those patterns of use. I will give it now to Firas so he can elaborate and start and kick off the day and start taking the technology into action and talking about each component with the new features and the new capabilities. Firas, all yours.
Hello, gentlemen. This is Firas Ghandour speaking. I would like first to thank each and every one of you for joining us today. And we are going to start our first topic with the what's new, or highlighting the most prominent new features in Arcgis Online with my colleague Abdullah Al Muammar. Now, we decided to show you a demonstration throughout this topic. But before going through that demonstration, allow me first, please, to highlight a little bit the concept of the Arcgis Online. I guess most of you are already familiar with the concept, but for those who are joining us probably recently, those who are starting using the Arcgis for the first time, or probably recently as well, Arcgis Online is a map-centric content management system that's hosted on Esri's cloud. So it's a web-based GIS that allows users to manage their geospatial content, as well allows them to create and author web maps on the cloud, on the web, create applications, share those applications with different users through groups, and so on. It includes also a nice administrative and the web maps and the applications as well. So the equivalent to the Arcgis Online is mainly Portal for ArcGIS, which would be residing on a client organization or on-premise. So whatever we are going to see today with the what's new on Arcgis Online is going to be available with the current release on Arcgis Enterprise or with the next releases. So that was just the introduction to the Arcgis Online, and I'm going just to hand it over now to my colleague Abdullah Al Muammar. Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. This is Abdullah Al Muammar, and today I will talk about what's new in Arcgis Online. There have been lots of updates to Arcgis Online this year, and today I am going to share with you some of the recent and most interesting of those updates that were introduced since the last 2 releases. The first update is with the new search capability. I will go to my setting and search for a base map, select base map gallery, and takes me to the gallery setting. Where I have the option to turn on Esri page. And of the administrator out there, the capability is totally new. Some keywords. Let's search for information panel. The information panel is also a feature that can be used to alert your organization members about your sites, such as reminders, best practices, updates, company policies, maintenance schedules, and more. Now I will edit the information panel, switch it on, write a message to be shared with my entire organization, such as 2020 technology update. Also, I will change the background color to the dark green and also the font color. And one of the new features lets me know that my color contrast ratio passes accessibility standard. Now the panel is ready to save and display at the top and bottom of the organization site, and are viewable to everyone in the organization. Also note that if your organization allows public access users who are not members of your organization, you will see the panel as well. Now, most of you are familiar with the next process of authoring a map using the classic map viewer. Let's open a map, change the base map, adding data, and analyze that data. Let me show you some of the new ways to explore your data with the next generation map viewer. And here's how you get there. Select Home, go to App Launcher, and you will see that it's currently beta, but we want to give everyone the opportunity to try it. The first thing you will notice about the new map viewer is an enhanced, redesigned user experience. We have primary tools for map authoring workflows on the left, and refining tools for exploring the map and your data on the right. Changing the base map, still the same, as well as adding layers. Let's add this layer, wind speed across the US. I'll zoom into New York. Now I will select the new location tool. As I move my cursor up to the coastline, I can see the usual XY coordinate displayed, just like my ArcGIS desktop. If I expand the location window, I can also add several different coordinates such as decimal degree, MGRS, and UTM. I'll select a pin and drop it. If I return to my coordinates, I can copy them for later use. Of course, anyone from New York City knows the map needs to be rotated before it's shared. The next generation map viewer lets you orient the map as needed. And also, there is a new print option where I can export the map as a layout or map only. Now, let's look at the wind power across the whole US. We will explore a feature surfaces showing where power plants are located across the country. To change my layer symbology, I will navigate to Style, where I can add field, and search for one such as fuel type. And this search option is also new, and it's so helpful where I have long list of fields that I have to choose from. If I select the information button on the right, I can see summary of statistics about the field and top 10 values, which is also something new and interesting. I will save my selection and move to filtering, add an expression, filter by fuel type. As I choose different filter options, the map quickly updates and responds. This is because the next generation map viewer was created using JavaScript 4x API, which allows for fast client-side rendering. I will add another expression on capacity. I will use the histogram to eliminate the outliers and focus on valid data. And here we see the location of wind farms serving a small population. Let's move on to visualizing population projection over the next 4 years. With the new styling option, color ramps are now organized in categories like best for light backgrounds, blue, and brights. I can easily experiment the colors that helps me to find the story behind my data. Did you know that as per some statistics, if I choose this color ramp, roughly 8% of the people will find it difficult to interpret the map due to red-green color blindness. But now, if I choose colorblind friendly style from the drop-down option and change it to the more saturated tone, now everyone can easily distinguish one value from another. The new color ramp allows me to dynamically change the visualization to better see the patterns in the data. Now let's travel to Utah, where a new wind farm location has been approved. This web map is almost ready to share with the public. But before doing that, the project area pop-up could be configured to be more engaging. Before we get to work, I will duck the pop-up, which is another new capability. Then I will go to configure pop-ups from refining pan and modify my attribute list to only show date and title. Also, I will add an image of a project area and drag it up to the date. Also, you can add a text, another image, or chart. Last but not least, I will discover with you the new grouping capability, which allows me to create a new group layer and add all the layers unrelated together in one group. For example, we will create a new group layer for wind farms and also rename it to wind farm. Move all the layers are related to the wind farm group. So you can expand your group and see all the layers in one place. The next generation map viewer has been available in Arcgis Online since a while, and will still be receiving several enhancements over the next few months. And also, it's available in Enterprise, starting with the release of ArcGIS version 10.8.1. In the meantime, we look forward for your feedback as you give the new map viewer a try. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, this is Firas back. Thanks Abdullah for the nice demonstration that you have showed us. So all those new features that Abdullah showed are new capabilities in the next generation of the map viewer, which is currently in the beta version, as mentioned by Abdullah. And the same, as mentioned before, will be applied on Arcgis Online as well as Arcgis Enterprise 10.8.1. So for all the users who aren't using the cloud version of the Arcgis, they can also get benefit of those new features and start trying them. I would like also to add to what Abdullah mentioned in the demonstration, and would like to mention also some new features as well through a couple of slides. So we have also the enhanced labeling in the new map viewer as well. So map viewer beta includes numerous enhancements that will make the user's labels nicer than ever before. A user can choose from over 30 new decorative fonts and visualize their labels on multiple lines. They can even specify when each label class appears and disappears depending on their current zoom level. And Abdullah showed us the nice feature of rotating the map. So whenever a user also rotates the map, the labels on those maps, labeling in the map viewer beta, in the map viewer classic version, which was so basic and so limited. Another new feature is the new and organized color ramps. Abdullah mentioned that in the demonstration, but he went through it quickly. Probably some of you didn't notice it. So I wanted just to highlight it as well separately. So now users can easily explore the hundreds of new color ramps with categories, such as color-blinded, blind-friendly ramps, bright blues, greens, purples, and best for dark backgrounds. Now, the map viewer beta currently will detect what color-based map a user is using and will suggest an optimal default ramp that goes well with whatever base map he is selecting. And that's also a very nice feature. Also, we have the scale-driven styling. Now, the classic map viewer only supported automatically adjusting polygon outline width and graduated symbols by scale. Map viewer beta, which is the next generation, now provides the option to adjust points as well as line width by scale. So scale-driven styling now ensures that the layers would look great at any zoom level. Blending modes, and this is also one of my favorite updates, let's say. Software programs like Photoshop, for example, have had a blend capability where the software performs calculations on each layer's pixels to apply various visual effects to those pixels. Now, we brought in this release of Arcgis Online a couple of blending modes, and we are applying those to the vector data. So to keep things simple, in the examples below, or the examples that you can see on the screen, we blend the topmost layer in the web map with the layers underneath it. The technique is pretty simple. A user will add layers to their web map. They will choose the topmost layer and set its blend mode under the topmost layer's properties. So the multiply option is excellent. You have in the blending mode different options to choose from. The multiply option is excellent for blending, for example, mountain ranges with polygons, as you can see on the slide. In the past, if you wanted to see mountain range with color on top of them, you will have probably to apply a transparency of 30% or 20% or more, making the colors wash out for the most part. So with multiply blend mode, there is no need anymore to use transparency, as the mountain hill shading is blended into the colors. And this web map now will begin to look like the maps you see in textbooks. So those were the additional features that I wanted to highlight. And now we will move to the next topic on our agenda, which is the ArcGIS Maps app and the new features and capabilities in the field applications in general. So I'll hand it over to my colleague, Faisal.
All right, thank you, Firas, and thank you guys for the great presentation. Hello, everyone. This is Faisal Basudan, and I'm going to talk about two topics of our today's agenda: field applications and dashboards. Maybe some of you are familiar with the ArcGIS desktop and web solutions like ArcMap, ArcGIS Pro, and ArcGIS Online. But Esri has many solutions for the field operations, where we can empower the GIS in the field. Here we have the full picture of the field operation phases and activities. The first phase starts with planning, which usually happens in the office to define what work needs to be done, where and by whom. Arcgis Workforce enables you to be more efficient, getting the right people to do the right work in the right places. The next phase is the navigation phase. Arcgis Navigator enables turn-by-turn routing that can be combined with your GIS data, and it can be used in remote areas whether connected or disconnected. The next phase is understand. Once your mobile worker has arrived to his destination to do his work, having a situational awareness would help him to be effective. He needs to be able to understand what's around him at that location. Arcgis Explorer is the right app for this kind of activities. Next, we have the activity of capturing data. In this phase, the mobile worker is able to collect data from the field and report it back to the office. We have a couple of different applications depending on your workflow. So your field worker can be able to capture data through applications like Arcgis Collector, Survey123, and Quick Capture. While your people working in the field, they might be in dangerous areas. So with the Arcgis Tracker, you can increase their safety by tracking their tracks and their last known location. The ability to monitor leads to the ability to coordinate. You can act on real-time conditions to update tasks, and this is accomplished through applications like Arcgis Workforce, Tracker, and Explorer. Now, let's go over all these applications. I'm going to give you an overview and what are the new functionalities of each of these apps. It might be a lot to cover in one session, but I will briefly go over each one. And by the end of this presentation, you should be able to know the differences between them. It's good to mention here that all these applications are intuitive and easy to use. So with a quick training, you'll be able to use them as you use any app on your phone. We have in our list, this is the first application, which is Arcgis Workforce, which is a solution that uses the power of location to coordinate your field workforce. It integrates work management to reduce reliance on paper and provides everyone with access to the data they need. Arcgis Workforce is designed to help you reduce errors, boost productivity, and save money. It basically has two main components: a web app for the dispatcher, where he can create projects, assign tasks to the field workers, and follow up the assignments. The other component is the mobile app, where the field worker can receive his assignments, accept or reject the assignments, and update his work status. So the dispatcher will have all the needed information to manage and coordinate his team. Let's say the dispatcher wants to create a new assignment. he can know which team member is available and which one is the closest to the assignment location. That was an overview of the Arcgis Workforce. Now let's talk about what's new in Arcgis Workforce. In the previous version of Arcgis Workforce, field workers weren't able to open the mobile app unless they have internet connection. But now they can do their work even if they are disconnected. Also, they have the option to auto-sync their assignments to keep their work up to date. Or in case they want to review their work, they can choose to manually sync their updates. With the new user experience, common tasks like changing the status of the assignments, taking a photo, or opening an attachment are easily accessible. Now, dark mode is available to provide a great contrast when completing work assignments. In the navigation phase, we have the Arcgis Navigator. Arcgis Navigator is a professional mobile navigation app for Android and iOS. It comes with hundreds of global maps, or you can add your custom map. The most part that I really like about this application is the ability to use your own routes. Let's say your workforce is working in remote areas where the commercial navigations cannot take you to your destination. With Arcgis Navigator, you can build your own routes and enable your field workers to navigate off the road. Now let's move on to the new functionalities. First, we have view asset information. So you can get to the right location by seeing attributes, attachments, and media associated with that feature. Routes pausing. Arcgis Navigator remembers your tracks and intelligently resumes where you left off. Edit routes. So you can create multiple stops, change stops order, add or remove stops. Also, you can mark stops as visited. The biometric authentication is now available by using Face ID or Touch ID, depends on your device. In the understand and situational awareness phase, we have the Arcgis Explorer. Arcgis Explorer is mainly built for viewing your GIS data in the field. So the field workers can understand what's around them, and they can take some notes and markups for reference. What's new in Arcgis Explorer? We have predefined offline areas that can be defined by the supervisor in the back office, so the field worker can download these areas and use them offline. As you can see here in the picture, the area is too large. And this is too much for a field worker to store on his device. So now he has the ability to create offline areas on demand. So once he is connected, he can select a smaller area as per his needs and take it with him to the field. Sometimes users want to see where they have been. So users with Arcgis Tracker license can view their tracks. From Explorer, you can get directions through Arcgis Navigator, Apple Maps, Google Maps, and Waze. Arcgis Collector is a map-centric data collection application that provides high data accuracy by connecting your mobile to the GNSS receivers. If you need an advanced solution to collect your data in the field, then Arcgis Collector is the right solution for you. Let's talk a little bit about the new enhancements to the Arcgis Collector. First, we have Jbs Averaging. Now is available for improving the accuracy of data you capture using GPS by analyzing positions over a period of time to correct. So now you will have the ability to increase the accuracy by using this technique. By default, Collector uses a standard method for measuring errors with a maximum of 68% confidence level. But some organizations require a 95% confidence level. So now this option is available through Arcgis Collector. With the new snapping tool, the accuracy will be increased, as we will as we will see in the demo in a few seconds or a few minutes. Lastly, we have bulk attribute update. So the user can select multiple features and update their attributes simultaneously. Let's say I have a group of buildings and I want to change the type from residential to commercial. Now it's feasible to do this by selecting all these buildings, and with a single data entry, all of them will be updated. Arcgis Survey 123 is a form-centric data collection app. It has an intuitive user experience, so anyone can use it without any need of training. And it's available as a web application and as a native mobile application that can be downloaded from the App Store and Google Play. What's new in Arcgis Survey 123? There are a lot of updates and enhancements, but I will go over some of them. Distance and direction indicators are available in the inbox. They are interacting based on your location. Next, finding a certain survey is way easier than before. Now you have more options to sort your survey by date, and alphabetically. Also, you can scan a barcode to search in the gallery, inbox, outbox, draft, or sent. There are different types of questions available on the Survey 123, like choose a range, select one, select multiple, enter a number, and more. Now with the latest update, you will get the new ranking questions. And lastly, you can get started with report templates on the web designer to make your start easier than before. Arcgis Quick Capture is the rapid data collection app. It's very simple and easy to collect data on the move. And one of the coolest features that I like is the ability to record multiple data simultaneously, as we're going to see in the next slide. Here we can see how does it work. The interface is very simple, only large buttons. Now the car is moving, and the user is capturing the observations by tapping the big buttons. As we can see here that we can capture 2 lines at the same time and add some points as well. Let's talk now about the new features and capabilities. Now you got 6 new templates to help you start with your project. Also, you have the ability to add your custom templates based on your organization's need. Simulate or fake your location is in the mobile app now is available. You can read more about this function on the unit, and you will see, you will find a lot of other topics that you might find it very helpful for you. Now Webhooks is available. It allows you to automate your workflow via Integromat. You can build a simple workflow, like sending an email to your manager if a certain action has happened. And you can build a complex workflow as well. One last thing, sharing a project from your device via link or QR code is now available. It makes sharing projects across the team more easier. Here we have the last application in our list. Arcgis Tracker is a great solution to know where your people are. It can be used for many use cases: to ensure your workforce safety, to be used as a proof of work for contractors, and to improve the situational awareness. We don't have that much of updates to the Arcgis Tracker, but the major update is the Apple Watch support. So the user doesn't have to take out his phone from his pocket and to turn on or off the tracking. Now, I want to talk about the nearest future of the field operations with Esri. We have designed these apps to work well together, using app linking to enable multi-app workflows so the user in the field can easily switch between multiple apps as per his workflow. In this example, a user using Arcgis Explorer and he wants to navigate to that polygon. Basically, he needs to tap on the navigation option and the Arcgis Navigator will open to navigate to that location. As you can see here, that we have many applications, and that leads to some challenges. If a workflow requires 4 applications like Workforce, Tracker, Navigator, and Collector, so the user will download all these 4 apps and log in 4 times as well. Sometimes field workers are confused which app to use to complete the workflow. Let's revisit this slide. Apple, Google, and Esri as following the same concept of the focused applications, a single app for a certain use case. Today, we built a number of single-purpose apps designed to do one job really well. And here we have 7 applications, which in my opinion, it's a lot to handle. So what if that diagram was simplified? Only 3 apps instead of 7. All these 5 apps will be consolidated into a single app called Arcgis Field Maps. It's in the beta version right now, and the first version will be released during this month. So stay tuned. Arcgis Field Maps provide the same capabilities of the 5 consolidated apps. So everything will be the same and easier. And all the latest updates and features will be updated as well. Now I'm going to show you the Arcgis Field Maps in action.
Here's my iPhone with the field maps installed. And here you can see the new launch screen. And I'm gonna sign in using my organization using the new scan code capability we have added into the Arcgis Collector app in the past. This capability lets me sign in and I can enter my username and password using Face ID and directly open up this map. I'm gonna first show you the full feature of data collection capabilities that we have inside the Field Maps app. All these capabilities are already available in Arcgis Collector app, and you will have the same experience as you do with the Collector. This is a bridge construction project in the pre-construction phase. I'm gonna capture a new underground commercial service connection point using GPS. I will set the creation date and the status to abandoned and submit the new feature. The field maps also includes the new snapping capability. So starting with accurate GPS point, I'm gonna collect a new commercial service line that joins that endpoint to the existing valve. I'll tap add point to snap that existing valve, and then I'll walk through attributes that need to be filled out and submitted. Alright, so that's our ability to edit inside the Field Maps app using all the richness of Collector. One of the challenges we have in this project is there are some trees that need to be relocated. To do this previously, I have to switch from Collector to the Explorer to see the notes and markup capabilities. But now all these capabilities are right here in the Field Maps. So you don't have to manage separate applications and download map area. Let's take a look at this area a little bit closer. I'll switch the base map to show the imagery to see those trees around the bridge that need to be relocated. And then I can open the markup tool that is part of the field map application. So let's draw around the trees. Change the color, fill that area, add label. Make a note saying that these trees need to be relocated before construction begins. And then when we are finished with that markup, we can share that markup with the organization just as we could with the Explorer application. And then we can finish that part of the work. Now I want to show you something in the data collection side. Let's zoom into this fire hydrant and let's do an inspection workflow. So I'm gonna tap on that fire hydrant and we can see all the details from the pop-up. And as you can see that we have a related table of the inspections that is associated with the hydrant feature. And when I tap on the hydrant inspection table, we can see all the previous inspections that have been done for this hydrant. So we know what's happened there and we can add a new one. If you are familiar with the Collector app, you will notice that this form is a lot different than what it looks previously. We can organize the information within that form into logical groups. There is a general information about the inspections and it's expand and collapse as you need. So let's fill out the inspector information, the name, the date, and expand the hydrant flush part. Sometimes the flush is required to be done and sometimes is not. We want the form to be dynamically interact with my entries. So I'm gonna tap on the flush required and set that status to yes, and additional information and questions appear and need to be filled out. Let's change the valve to no, and we won't see those additional questions anymore. Now let's switch it back to the yes. So we can fill out some of the details in the flush activity like PSI pressure, flow duration, and flow rate. We're done with that part and we can move on to fill out the general maintenance inspection if it's required to be painted, lubricated, greased, or if it needs to replace the chain, and then submit it. Now we're done with the data collection part. And let's open another map that is not for the purpose of data collection. This map doesn't have any editable layers, which means this map is only for reading. And you may notice that there is no collect button on this map. So hopefully this demo highlights how far we are with the field maps application and how quickly we are able to pull together these multiple applications into one.
Today we have these 5 different apps. And during this month, the Field Maps app will be released and will adopt only 3 apps: Collector, Explorer, and Tracker. In the second phase, Arcgis Workforce will be the next. And the Navigator will be the last app to join the others in the third phase. So this was a comprehensive presentation talking about all the field apps.
So yeah, thank you, Faisal. If you can just mute yourself. So just to brief on this slide. So this was like a very common requirement from all of the users all over the world about having all those features and capabilities combined in one application, which is being introduced here. So it will go, as Faisal said, into phases to combine those features and try to bring it all together into one interface. Yes, Faisal, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mustafa. So this is all. This was a comprehensive presentation talking about all the field apps. There are a lot, and I tried my best to give you a quick overview of all of them. Now I'm going to move on to the next topic of our today's agenda, the Rgs Dashboards. To be more specific, the new beta version of the Rgs Dashboards. I believe that we all know what is the Rgs Dashboards. Here we have the worldwide most popular dashboard, the COVID-19 dashboard that created by Johns Hopkins University. And we also have the regional COVID-19 dashboard for Saudi Arabia that was created by MOH in partnership with Esri Saudi Arabia. We used our Arcgis technologies to create that dashboard, collect data, and to keep it up to date. If you have an Arcgis Online account, you will notice two different icons of dashboard in the app launcher. One of them is the classic version that we all know, and the other one is the beta version that has a lot of new features. This new generation of the Arcgis dashboards is still in beta version, and for now it's only available for Arcgis Online. Now let's talk about the new capabilities that are available in the beta version. Arcade expressions are now supported in the beta version. With Arcade, you will have the ability to customize pop-up details, indicators, and lists. The screenshot in the top is the classic version, but the one below is the new beta version. And we can see that we have a new option to enable the arcade expression. Now we have the option to pick a color by additional codes and formats like RGB and HSL. In the date selector, if we choose is within the last, we will get 4 additional options: years, quarters, months, and weeks. Also, we have the new value formatting capabilities. Now we have more options than before. In the indicators, we have the option to count features. Now with the beta version, we can count the non-empty values. For example, the ozone field has a lot of null values, and we want to count only the features that have values. By selecting the ozone field, all the null values will be neglected. So the total number of the features is 2,611. But after the selection, the total features with the values are 1,360. So that was all about the new beta version of the dashboard, and I will pass it over to Firas. Thank you all.
Hello, gentlemen, again. Thank you, Faisal, for the second topic that you covered. That was helpful and informative. Now, gentlemen, before we proceed with the 2 other topics that we have on our agenda, we would like please to give like 5 minutes for you to submit questions if you have any questions, and we would be happy to help and answer.
Yes, thank you, Firas. So we will take exactly around 3 to 5 minutes. If you have any questions, you can submit at the moment so we can answer. Or if you want to ask your questions at the end of this session, we have still another 1 hour to present more features and capabilities. So also heads up on the next topics, it will be Rgs Experience Builder and Rds Analytics for IoT. However, if you submitted your questions by the end of this session and we didn't have much time to answer, also we'll be sending you the answers in a separate email after 2 days of this webinar. It seems we're fine. It seems we're fine. It seems we can move forward, Firas. So, okay. Whenever you feel you want to ask something, there is the chat box, the Q&A chat box, so you can submit there. So Firas, I'll pass it to you. So I think we got a question here from Mr. Ali Al-Ali. So he's asking, is Arcgis field maps available in Enterprise or only in Arcgis Online? I'll give it to Faisal if you can answer this.
Yeah, for the Arcgis field maps, no, it's only available for Arcgis Online. And in the future, I don't have any specific time for releasing the version on the Enterprise. So you can just follow up the website and you will know when it will be released.
Okay, thank you, Faisal. I hope this answers Mr. Ali, his question. So we will move forward with Firas, and then we will get back to the Q&A session by the end of this webinar. So we will keep those questions on hold and try to answer live, or type your answer, or type our answers in the chat box. Back to you, Firas.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. So our third topic on our agenda for today would be the Arcgis Experience Builder. Now, I guess the Arcgis Experience Builder has been released in Feb. It was before in beta, and the first release, I guess it was in February this year. And there has been also another release with the 10.8.1 version of Arcgis on both. The updates were on both on Arcgis Online version and as well as on the Arcgis Enterprise version. So let's get started with the Arcgis Experience Builder. Now, the Arcgis Experience Builder is a new component in the Arcgis platform that allows users to build powerful applications on the web and transform the data of an organization into compelling web apps and pages without writing any single line of code. The application or the component is built using the latest JavaScript API 4.x. So we're using the latest technology to make this component available for the Arcgis users. And the application will allow the options as well for the users to configure templates and widgets within their applications, and then customize their layouts and design whenever needed, and whenever the out-of-the-box configurations don't anymore suit or fit the requirements. The application itself opts for better performance compared with some previous web app builders that we already had. We'll cover that in another slide later on. And we'll do kind of comparison between the new Arcgis Experience Builder and other components within the Arcgis platform that we already had as well, and where you can also build and create web applications. So what are the key features of the Arcgis Experience Builder? So first of all, the application allows, or this component allows users to create flexible web apps and pages easily. Those apps could be a choice of non-map centric applications. So the map could not be visible within the application if you'd like to, or a map centric, where you find a map with different widgets around that central map. The application could be fixed screen or a scrolling screen, or even it could be a single page or multiple pages. So all of those options are available. the user will have full control to the layout of the application, and that's also a big step forward with ArcGIS building applications that's designated to build apps. It integrates 2D and 3D content into one application, so you can, in the same application, view 2D and 3D at the same time on the web. And the applications or the experience builder have been designed with mobile adaptive approach. So what does that mean? It means that in addition to being responsive, the same app running in the mobile browser can be configured differently from the desktop to optimize the user experience on small screens. Another key feature is configuring out-of-the-box templates and widgets. As we've mentioned, the user have full control on the templates. We already now have also pre-configured set and collection of widgets that a user can choose from to build his application. And the last key feature that I would like to highlight is customizing, the ability to customize widgets and templates if the available widgets and templates don't fit the organization requirements. So allow me here to have a brief comparison between Experience Builder and Web App Builder. I guess most of our users who are familiar with the ArcGIS platform already, they have already tried the Web App Builder for ArcGIS, probably. So now Esri is introducing another builder for web applications. So what are the differences? First of all, the flexibility. So while ArcGIS Experience Builder allows map-centric and non-map-centric, it allows different kinds of applications, whether scrolling screen, single or multiple pages, the Web App Builder only focuses on map-centric applications. And the layouts within the Web App Builder, the layouts are predefined and they are fixed. So you cannot change those layouts. The Arcgis Experience Builder as well, as we've mentioned, it's a mobile-first design. So we've taken into consideration, Esri took into consideration when designing the Experience Builder to provide the best experience possible on the mobile, taking it as a highest priority when compiling the application itself. While on the Web App Builder, though the Web App Builder provides a friendly experience on the mobile, but the experience provides much better experience than the Web App Builder. Of course, the Experience Builder integrates both 3D and 2D in the same application, while Web App Builder, it separates 2D and 3D content. So you have to deploy two applications if you'd like to see 2D and 3D. Both of them will be separate. Also, Experience Builder supports action triggers. So you can configure the application and add actions. So whenever you do kind of a click or whenever you do a click or navigate through a certain selectors, for example, it will accordingly go and navigate, for example, on the map or select a feature on the map according to the action that I have done. And that mechanism isn't supported as well in the Web App Builder. Now, Web App Builder has been there for probably 3-4 years. So it already has been enriched and empowered with 70+ widgets. The Experience Builder is still in probably its second release now as a product, and we've currently included a good collection of widgets, and the other widgets are still in progress to be available, to be made available within the application. So those are some examples of the applications that have been configured and built using the Experience Builder. They range from 3D applications and interfaces to map-centric apps to mobile applications. And you can notice, for example, this kind of dashboard, how it's completely different when it is viewed on a mobile app. To surveys, we import surveys and integrate directly with Survey 123 from within the Experience Builder to portals, web pages, and galleries. So the Experience Builder editions currently, Experience Builder currently is available on both Arcgis Online as well as Arcgis Enterprise. It's available on Arcgis Enterprise starting the 10.8.1 and above. For those developers who would like to extend the Arcgis Experience applications, we have also the developer edition, and has been released probably 3 months ago or 4 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. So they can download it, install it locally, and then they can sign in to their Arcgis Online or Arcgis Enterprise organizations, and then start developing and extending their application capabilities to adding new widgets or doing custom application templates or themes and so on. So how is it licensed? Now, the Experience Builder as a component, it's a part of the essential app bundle on top of Arcgis Online and Arcgis Enterprise. So it's not a separate application that you have to get and purchase separately. You get it as part of your subscription. However, it requires a creator or GIS professional user type for the users to be able to create experiences or applications using the Experience Builder. Now, through an Arcgis developer subscription, if the requirement exceeds the configuration and it requires development, those developers who are already part of an Arcgis organization, they can access to Experience Builder Developer Edition using their Arcgis credentials and start developing directly. But of course, they can do it. But if they are not, they don't have Arcgis Online subscription, they can just subscribe online to an Arcgis developer subscription plan and start developing. So allow me here to just jump to a quick demonstration on the Experience Builder. I'm going to show a couple of applications quickly. So you can see here an application, a web application that has been done using the Experience Builder. Our users already started using the Experience Builder, developing and configuring applications using it. And this is just one example of it. So the application, this is the COVID-19 3D Explorer. It shows the cases, COVID cases across the US in 3D. So you find the symbology, and you find all those legends, all those tabs, a summary of all the total cases. And whenever I click on one of those states or counties, it will zoom in and it will show me a summary of that county. So it will just, that's the action that I was talking about. Whenever you click on any of them, it will zoom into that place and just automatically provide the statistics of that place. So you can also notice that the layout itself, the template is different than we are familiar with using the web app builder. This is also another application. And this application shows the parking lots and the garage in Arizona. So I can see on the left side a list of all the garage places. I can see a map in the middle showing the meters and the location of those parking areas and garages. So Also, whenever I go and scroll through my list, I can notice that the selection on my map will also change accordingly. So the application shows some availability and rates data of those parking as well. This is also one of the applications that have been done using the Explorer. This shows an interactive map of the seating and ticketed sections of Ames Field in Pittsburgh. So the application shows different views of the map with the different seatings. And you can, based on your selection, just go and see all those and interact with the application. It also you can notice at the top bar of the application you have all those different tabs where you can go and navigate through different selections. You can also embed an Arcgis Operations Dashboard or Arcgis Dashboard within the application itself, and then I can see the beverage distribution throughout the stadium with a heat map showing each beverage brand where it is mostly being sold. So whenever I click on one of those brands, it will go and update the data accordingly as well. So those are just very quick examples that I wanted to highlight. The last example is also an interface that shows the emergency management indicators in Miami and the harsh and critical weather conditions, and it's being made available to the public. So I'll go a little bit through this application, the Miami-Dade Emergency Management application, and I will take the chance to go through and let you have a look at the Experience Builder from if a user would like to configure an application. So how it will look if I signed in or if I logged in or accessed the Experience Builder itself. So I have all those layouts. I can choose to add data. I can go and change my theme. I can customize my theme. And I have full control, as you can notice, on each and every container and element within my application. So I can easily control all the layouts, freely navigate, drag and drop any of them all around. And whenever I click on any of them, I just get all the properties of those widgets. We can change the style, the content, configure actions, and I can control almost everything. Also, I can just go and compile my application or test my application on different mobiles or different screens like tablets and mobiles and so on. So that was all for the demonstration. I'm going to go back to my presentation and slides. So let's talk a little bit about the building blocks of the Experience Builder. So first of all, a configurator will start with choosing a template or customizing a template. And then he will start adding widgets and configuring it, choosing a theme, then bringing in the data sources that he would like to include within the application. And of course, the possibility of extending the application, as we've just repeated, is also there. So all of those building blocks build into the GUI builder, and we come up with a full design and application on the Experience Builder. Those are the current templates available. Some of those templates are already, you have already experienced in the web app builder. There are additional templates. And of course, you can start with a blank template if you want to have a full control on your template and just do your own configuration. Widgets, also, we have different types of widgets. So we have the layout widgets, and those are mainly, and we have the, let's say, the the functional widgets. The layout widgets are the kind of widgets that would combine, or they act as a container, let's say, to a couple of different functional widgets. So we have a row and column, we have a fixed panel, we have a placeholder. Fixed panel, for example, is when I have two layout widgets on top of each other. That's like, for example, if I'm placing a legend on top of my map. Placeholder as well, it places and positions my widget in a specific place and on top of another layout. Sidebar, section, and view navigation, and others. The basic widgets or the functional widgets are those widgets that give my application a function, like a map to view, a widget to do filter, to display legend, to detect the feature info and retrieve it, and so on. We have a couple of new basic widgets in the latest release, which are the card, the bookmark, the divider. The widgets can be configured in 3 different types. The content, so I can configure the content to bring in the type of data that I would like to display. And then we have the style and action, which we are going to cover in the other slides. So with the style, I can go and configure the style of my widget, the width, the height, the rotation, which is also a new capability on in the new release. Keep it within the parent container and so on. Also, we've introduced the animations in the latest release, which is the 10.8.1 release. So it includes some visual effects and transitions. So whenever, for example, you switch between 2 different views, you can initiate that transition animation. And this is just a display of it at the bottom of the screen. Triggers and actions. So triggers and actions can be configured as well. So there are some elements that can accept triggers, and other elements that would go that will accept actions and triggers, and then other elements that will work with those source widgets to do a certain function. So whenever, for example, click on an element in my list, my map will pan to or zoom to or flash and filter and so on. So data sources. So the data sources that we currently support to bring in within the Experience Builder are web maps that we have on top of Arcgis organization, the web scenes, feature layers, and we are bringing in more also items with the next releases as well. You can also create from within the Experience Builder data views to filter and sort your data accordingly. Themes, we are currently having like default, dark, vivid. We've introduced also ink, mysterious to the latest releases. But it's also worth to mention that customization of your own theme is also possible and supported. A user using an Experience Builder, let's say he generated an application and he would like to replicate that application and create a template out of it so he can share it within the organization, and any other user can go and start from that template, and that's possible. So through the generate template option, a user can go and reuse his template or share it throughout the organization. The Experience Builder, we've, I guess, mentioned that before. It supports the configuration of different pages, and then the configurator will go and choose different pages as part of his application. And with the new release of the Experience Builder, we also introduced the windows, which also a new capability that we've made it available with the Experience Builder for all those who would like to configure the Experience Builder with a window. Displaying also dynamic content is possible. So sometimes you have within your data some content that you would like to bring it and view it in a list, for example. So let's say, for example, you are displaying a list that shows the cities of the kingdom. And within your data, you have pictures of each of those cities that you would like to display within your list. So you can, using the dynamic content, you can just pull those pictures from your data and display it within your list dynamically. And whenever you change that picture, it will reflect accordingly. So a user, when he creates an application, his application will be saved as a draft. So a user will have to go and publish the application and share it with other users. So it would be made available even within the organization or the public. Then the user also have the option whenever he would like to make any new updates to his application, and taking into consideration that the application is already public, he can go and do those edits and test it in a testing version and publish in a testing version and do the edits there before making available to the public again. I would like at last to just highlight on some frequently asked questions that we always get from our users, especially when talking about the Experience Builder, before moving onto the next topic. So the first question is, will Experience Builder replace Web App Builder? Well, the answer is for the online edition, there is no plan to replace and obsolete Web App Builder. So for now, both builders will run simultaneously beside each other, will be maintained in parallel, and Web App Builder will continue to be available. Now, of course, now we are bringing more widgets, of course, into the Experience Builder. So whenever the Experience Builder is more mature and it gets in parity, let's say, with the Web App Builder, and we feel that all the users are comfortable to just rely on the Experience Builder, then maybe later on at that stage, the Web App Builder might be obsolete at that time. But for the time being, it's not. It's still there, and it's going to be maintained in parallel with the Experience Builder. So can anything be transferred between Web App Builder and Experience Builder? And the answer is no. You have to reconfigure the apps and rewrite any custom widgets that you might have created using the Web App Builder. That's because the Experience Builder is made and built on a different technology, and that's the main reason. So will Experience Builder reach functional parity, as just mentioned? Now, starting with this release, probably you'll notice that the widgets are not probably as wide as you used to experience with the Web App Builder. However, it's planned to reach most of the functional parity of the Web App Builder through incremental releases and the addition of new widgets. This is just for you, those who would like to get started with the Experience Builder. This is an interactive help guide that would go through the Experience Builder. And it's kind of a help guide that would take you step by step and will get you started, and it will navigate you through the Experience Builder to start building your applications and configuring it. So we'll move now to the Arcgis Analytics for IoT. The Arcgis Analytics for IoT so the Arcgis Analytics for IoT is a new offering from Esri's Geospatial Cloud, which is Arcgis, which is the opposite of Arcgis on-premise version, which is the Arcgis Enterprise. So it's an offering from Esri's Geospatial Cloud. From now till the end of the presentation, we are going to give a pretty thorough overview and introduction of this product. We are going to begin with a general overview of analytics, for IoT and then transit and the transit in industry that prompted Esri to create this offering. So first of all, and as everyone knows at this point, we are already very much living in a connected world. Many aspects of our daily lives involve interactions with a connected device. And this mainly has been true at a consumer level since many years in terms of smartphones. But now we are even more connected than we have ever been. Now we have connected cars, for example, we have lights, even we have connected appliances like refrigerators, TVs, etc. So it's estimated by 2021, there will be 20 billion connected things in our world. And many of these are consumer focused, but an increasing number, nearly 8 billion, will be used to support industry business applications. This explosion in connected devices is partly because devices are becoming cheaper, meaning more and more organizations can purchase and deploy them. But also devices are becoming smarter, not only recording observations, but performing actions and triggering alerts based on those observations. And what all of these sensors have in common is location. And it's estimated also that 80% of those sensors will incorporate a location somehow, whether it's a mounted sensor on a fleet vehicle making the rounds in the field, or smart lights or thermostat anchored, for example, to a fixed location in a building. Or even now with the smart cities, maybe it's a smart garbage bin that informs about the level of garbage being collected. So devices are increasingly including a location component as part of their data stream. Now this broadens opportunities for use cases where real-time spatial reasoning is highly relevant in the market. So as connected devices continue to become more prevalent, the need to manage and analyze the data produced by these devices is growing as well. This is truly big data. We're talking about big data here, often consisting of hundreds of thousands or even millions of real-time observations per second. But building systems that can take advantage of this high volume, high velocity data is challenging. So these systems need to be mainly highly available. That's one thing that needs to be taken into consideration. It needs to be scalable and, of course, resilient, while at the same time also being easy to configure and maintain. And for many organizations worldwide, this goes beyond the scope of traditional on-premises solutions. So by deploying such an option, which is the Arcgis Analytics for IoT, in the cloud, you can access the analytic power needed to handle higher volume and higher velocity data. So Analytics for IoT, the new capability that extends Esri Geospatial Cloud with real-time and big data functionalities, it provides a wide variety of capabilities for ingesting and working with observational sensor data. So it's an end-to-end system for analysis, supporting analyzing data in real time and in near real time with scheduling and also over time when it comes to dealing, for example, with historical data. You can take immediate action as a result of your analysis, sending notifications or triggering downstream processes using the application or the solution. So as a product, Analytics for IoT is a software as a service, and one of its key differentiators is its scalability and resiliency. Under the hood, it runs on Kubernetes container-driven architecture, and that's what enables it to scale because computing can be distributed across parallel tasks, and to be more resilient because tasks that encounter issues can restart and pick up from where they left off. And it's fully managed by Esri. That's a very important point, which takes away the complexity of configuring and maintaining a suite of on-premise servers in case we're talking about on-premise solutions. So with the Arcgis platform, Analytics for IoT is a new key offering for real-time visualization and analytics. But so many of you today may be familiar with the real-time and big data capabilities of Arcgis Enterprise, and that runs on premises and behind an organization's firewall, where Geo Event Server and Geo Analytics servers are two of the primary products that allow you to bring in and analyze observational data, streams, and big data. Analytics for IoT is the parallel, exactly the parallel to those products, but in the cloud. So it has Geo Events capabilities for real-time incident detection and alerting, and Geo Analytics server capabilities for big-time summarization and analysis. And again, the key differences here, other than being a cloud service and software as a service, are the speed that can be obtained during the analysis and the volume of the data that can be analyzed, and also the reduction in complexity of maintenance as a software as a service product. So the capabilities of Analytics for IoT are surfaced through a few new types of items that you'll see and you'll start to see in Arcgis Online. So feed items allow users to receive sensor inputs. Real-time analytic items allow users to perform real-time processing on these inputs, including triggering alerts and actions. And big data analytics allows users to analyze and access big data repositories of historical observations to gain insights into patterns, trends, and anomalies. Analytics for IoT typically connects to industry-leading IoT platforms like Azure, AWS, and others in the cloud, sensor vendors, APIs, and information that's available in the internet. It can also receive observations directly from the sensors in some cases, if these sensors can be configured to push data to a specific destination. We'll go through a quick demonstration, probably for 5 minutes, no more. This demonstration will just show you how to easily configure the web app component or interface of the Arcgis Analytics for IoT. This is a recorded demonstration that's done by a colleague in Esri. So please stay tuned and we'll be back after the quick demonstration.
Many of our users today are working with real-time and big data from different types of sensors for workflows that range from situational awareness to incident detection to trend assessment. For example, this is a dashboard of transit information in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are looking at a variety of data streams here: public transit, micromobility, social media, and anonymous devices. These larger moving tracks are the city buses, traveling around on their route shown in green. These stationary sensors are the city's public bike stations, showing the numbers of available bikes, where lower numbers of bikes are shown in red. And these update every few seconds. These smaller green tracks represent connected vehicles whose locations would be picked up by roadway sensors. In this case, it's anonymous device data being replayed. And this hexagon layer that you see in the background shows the count of Waze alerts that have been reported in the last few days. This type of layer dynamically displays on-the-fly aggregations, so you can see patterns more easily. In this case, we're looking at the count of alerts, but zooming in, we can also display the raw features to more easily differentiate between types of alerts. And all these information products provide situational awareness and insight. Now, many of our users are already leveraging GeoEvent and GeoAnalytics server to access and analyze observation data. And this is often really difficult work. Each data stream is unique and brings its own challenges, especially when you're integrating feeds across the entire organization. Sensor data comes in at high velocities in some cases, which means you need to be able to scale your infrastructure and then deal with large collections of data. And you typically need dedicated staff to manage the environments and to ensure that they're resilient. Today, I'm excited to tell you about a new capability for Esri's geospatial cloud. Arcgis Analytics for IoT changes the game for real-time and big data location analysis. It's a hosted managed SaaS, which enables you to access, analyze, and act on any kind of observation data. It runs on a Kubernetes container-based architecture, which means that it can scale to massive velocities and volume, all while providing advanced spatial analysis. Let's have a look. Analytics for IoT is an authoring environment for feeds and analytics. It not only ingests information, but transforms it, enriches it, and acts upon it. The first thing we're going to look at is creating a feed. Creating a feed is a guided experience that's designed to help you bring in your real-time data successfully every time. You get started by choosing what type of feed you want to create, whether it's coming from ArcGIS, a cloud platform, or a web and messaging system. We're going to bring in that bus data, which is GTFS information that's being replayed to an Azure Event Hub. Analytics for IoT integrates with cloud platforms like Azure and AWS to bring sensor data into ArcGIS for spatiotemporal reasoning. The first step to creating a feed is providing the connection information. For an Azure Event Hub, this includes the shared access key, the endpoint, and the entity path. Once the connection is established, Analytics for IoT reaches out to that stream of data, samples it, and derives the schema for you in one step. And you can proceed to make changes from here. You can adjust field names, you can fix field types, and you can drop fields that aren't necessary. Next, you tell Analytics for IoT about the key properties of your data. This includes the geometry, which for the buses would be latitude and longitude point data, the date information, which in this case is coming from a single field, and the track ID, which for the buses would be the route. And that's it. We'll go ahead and give this feed a name like City Buses and save it to our account. A feed is a new type of item in ArcGIS. It encapsulates all this connection information, the parsing details, the schema of the data, the key properties, and it's running in the cloud. With Analytics for IoT, there's no need for infrastructure or system setup. All you need is a web browser, and you can connect to your real-time data and immediately get to work. Feeds are a type of stream layer, so you can add them to a map and visualize your real-time data. We'll go ahead and add this feed to a map and have a look. Now I'll zoom into the Charlotte area. Since this is a stream layer, as soon as the information arrives at the Azure Event Hub and is accessed by Analytics for IoT, it's pushed to the map immediately. So there's no need to continuously pull the dataset for the latest information. This is the same stream of bus data that we were looking at in the dashboard. So feeds enable real-time data ingestion and provide visualization and situational awareness. You can also perform real-time analysis on data coming in through a feed. Analytics for IoT is an engine that interprets and acts on observation data. Let's take asset monitoring as an example. Many organizations that track vehicles and personnel want to know when those assets leave a work area or if they deviate from an expected pattern. Now, in some cases, it could mean that they're just completing their work for the day, but it could also indicate risk or danger. Right now, we are simply monitoring these buses as they travel around on their routes. But with real-time analysis, you can also detect and act on deviations. Real-time analytics are what you use when you need to know about something and act immediately. You put them together by connecting feeds to tools and asking questions and connecting answers to actions. This real-time analytic calculates the distance of each bus position to its assigned route. And if that distance is above a given threshold, it captures that observation as a deviation. So let's have a look at the results of this analysis. Over here in the Northwest, we see that a couple of city buses traveled on roads that aren't part of their assigned routes. And over here in the Southeast, we see that a city bus traveled on roads that aren't part of any bus route. This kind of information illuminates incidents that you might want to investigate more deeply. And with analytics for IoT, you can configure output actions, such as sending an email alert to a transit manager. Now, in addition to enabling you to analyze data in real time, with analytics for IoT, you can also analyze the data that you have collected over time using big data analytics. Big data analytics enable you to assess patterns on a broader scale. And with analytics for IoT, you can schedule them to run on a regular basis. Let's look at road and lane closures as an example. Many cities provide information to their citizens about road construction projects and the associated road and lane closures. But citizens are also increasingly acting as sensors and are reporting information about road closures through apps like Waze. These are all the road and lane closures that have been reported by Waze users in the last few days. And immediately we could see that some of these reports don't match up with projects that the city has approved. Using a big data analytic, we can compare these two data sets in multiple dimensions. This analytic takes the approved construction projects and the Waze reports and analyzes them in both space and time to identify whether each Waze report matches up to an approved road project. This analysis also scores the Waze reports based on proximity and other criteria. Now, let's look at some of the analysis results in the map. We can see that some of these reports are now scored differently. The Waze reports in blue match up perfectly with a road construction project that the city has approved. The ones in orange don't match up with a project spatially, but they do match up in terms of time and street name. So these are probably just cases where the Waze user didn't click the button fast enough as they passed through a road or lane closure area. The remaining points in red represent Waze reports that don't match up with any city-approved projects, such as this example on 7th Street. But in other cases, the Waze report does match up with a project spatially, but not in terms of time. For example, this Waze report came in from a user on the 8th of April, which is a day after the project was supposed to have been completed on the 7th. Now, what we are really doing here is identifying anomalies in space and time. And the power of analytics for IoT is that you can scale your big data analytics to run against hundreds of millions or even billions of features, teasing out irregularities from expected patterns. And these analytics go beyond ad hoc processing because they can be scheduled. This analytic is scheduled to run every 5 minutes, accessing the latest city data and the latest Waze reports each time, and can be tipping off officials to where enforcement may be needed. Let's think about that for a second. You can schedule your big data analytics and turn any geospatial tradecraft into an automated service that evolves with new data, scales and triggers action, and all without writing a single line of code. Now, more broadly, all these feeds and analytics are driving information products that provide situational awareness and insight into behavior. ArcGIS Analytics for IoT brings real-time and big data capabilities as a service to Esri's geospatial cloud. It's hosted and managed for you, so that automated data ingestion and analysis is easier than ever before. So what do you think? How could you use analytics for IoT to unlock the power of location in your IoT?
Okay, so Firas is back. So we've noticed you've seen a nice demonstration on the capabilities of the Arcgis Analytics for IoT and the configuration options that you got inside it. So to give like some room for the questions and answers, I'm just going to. So those are just some use cases that I wanted to demonstrate quickly. But I would just jump to the licensing slide, just to mention how the application is licensed. So Analytics for IoT is an annual subscription on top of Arcgis Online, and it is purchased for each organization individually. It's an overall capability for an organization supporting several simultaneous real-time and big data use cases or missions. It's not sold by number of named users, as other applications do, because the underlying compute capacity is needed in Analytics for IoT is more directly related to the use cases and associated data velocities. So what does this mean for Arcgis users? This web app that you have seen also in the demonstration is available to any creator or GIS professional user in the organization. The app allows the users, the creators and professionals, for example, to configure a feed to ingest sensor observations from an Azure IoT hub and a real-time analytics to process those sensor observations, detect incidents, and send alerts. So your administrators can control who can use the app through a set of new privileges. So a real-time and big data capability for the organization will be managed by a few, but making IoT insights and decision-making available to everyone within the organization, even the viewers, the editors, and the field workers. Analytics for IoT in general will follow the same business rules and policies of Arcgis Online, meaning its end date will typically align with the subscription's end date of the Arcgis Online, and the renewal activities will happen as well together. Arcgis Analytics for IoT includes sufficient compute and storage capacity to help you support multiple use cases as you get started. So I'll end the slides here, and now to the questions and answers, if any of you have questions and answers, please.
Okay, here we're back again. Thank you, Firas, for the introduction. Thank you for the topics. And thanks for the team as well. So I'll start with the most top voted questions. So Mahmoud Hamdan, we still have 1 minute, unfortunately. Mahmoud Hamdan is asking, is it available to use Arcade in old version of Dashboard, or there are any plans to implement Arcade in old version? I'll give it to Faisal so he can answer on this one.
Okay, this is a really good question. I just want to highlight something in here. The new dashboard is built on top of the Arcgis API for JavaScript 4. So it has more capabilities and better performance. So all the features that you saw in my presentation, including the arcade expressions, are only available with the new dashboard. And there is no plan to adopt it with the old version.
Okay, thank you, Faisal. Great. So Mr. Thamer is asking as well, can field apps or experience trigger actions by geofence areas? Yes. Actually, the field applications and the experience builder, they work as part of the Arcgis platform. And we have another component in the Arcgis platform called GeoEvent Server, which also reads features from any Arcgis application or tool from the Arcgis platform. So they work together, they are seamlessly integrated. So yes, you can configure a G-event server event listener to listen to those events and also trigger a G-events area. Another one is from Osama Hassan. Thank you everyone for this review about the new production. You're welcome. The question is, what about cadastral, which definitely is useful for us in work. So for the cadastral, we have new enhancements on the parcel fabric tool, and you can explore. There's a lot of things about editing and managing, archiving the records in a parcel, and also for the taxation values. I'll answer one more or couple of questions, and then we will send you the answers in a separate email after this session, because actually we are ahead of time. We have 1 minute. We are actually exceeded 1 minute. So Ali Al-Najjar, I noticed that IoT Analytics is working on Microsoft Azure platform. Does this mean your cloud version of Arcgis is also hosted on the same platform? Is it in KSA or outside KSA? Actually, it's outside KSA. The IoT Analytics is hosted on Microsoft Azure platform. There are some plans in the future where we will listen about Microsoft Azure will open a data center in the region in KSA. There's one data center in UAE, but currently we don't have any of our cloud solutions within KSA. So I hope this answers your question. Another one from Al-Najjar, you mentioned that you could import BIM informations to Arcgis. What are the compatible BIM formats accepted by Arcgis? Those are Revit files, and I think tomorrow will be also targeting and talking about those features. So we exceeded 2 minutes. There are some also questions. You're welcome, Bandar. Musa Ajili, Analytics, Arcgis online only or enterprise also? It's online, I think. So just Firas, if you may confirm, I think Analytics for IoT is for the online version only. It's not for enterprise yet. So for all the other questions that we didn't answer, just expect from us in the next couple of days an email with all the questions and answers for you. Thanks a lot.
Mustafa, just before you end, for the question about the Arcgis Analytics for IoT, just to highlight that the version of the on-premise version is mainly the Arcgis Geo-event server and the Geo-analytics server, the on-premises version of it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Firas. Thank you, everyone, for attending this webinar. Stay tuned for tomorrow. We'll have another 2 hours. We'll be focusing about Gene-enabled solutions and new stuff that is being released this year and what's coming next. Thanks a lot. We hope to see you soon. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. This is Mustafa Kuaik, and we are here in day 2 of this webinar series. We will start brief today, actually, with the team. I'll be also introducing myself. Let us show the team first. Okay, here we go. So this is us. We will be presenting today a series of sessions of different topics. This is Mustafa Kuaik. I am Senior Solution Engineer. Actually, my background is in telecommunication. And then I started like .NET development. Then I was introduced to the GIS world as a developer, and then moved to the support engineer, and then to pre-sales team. And now I'm working with the commercial team, pre-sales activity still as a solution engineer. Let us have a look on the team who will be presenting today. Everyone will be introducing himself in like half a minute or so. So you can get an overview of who we are, and then we'll go to recap on day 1 and then kick it off to start our day. So I'll pass it now to Firas, my colleague. Firas.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm Firas Ghandour. I'm part of the pre-sales team, and I have been in the GIS domain for the past probably 11 years. and specifically as part of Esri team since almost 6 years as well. I'm supporting Esri clients, have been supporting Esri clients and ArcGIS users and community as well throughout that time. And I have been providing the support through consultancy, technical consultancy, requirements gathering, solution design, tech updates, and other activities. Thank you for attending.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Aidel Sabeti. I'm also a solution engineer working with these guys in the pre-sales. For Esri, I come from geomatics engineer background. I have 2 degrees in geomatics engineering, bachelor degree and master degree, with focus on data mining and geospatial applications with data mining. So yeah, and thank you all for attending today, and we'll be seeing a lot of cool stuff today. So yeah, be tuned in for the next 2 hours. So let's go to Dalal.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Good morning. This is Dalal Al-Muammar. I joined the team 1 year ago. I come from an architecture background. I'm a solution engineer working in also commercial and pre-sales activities, specified in smart cities and transport. I'm really interested in the GIS and BIM integration, and I'm happy to showcase the updates of our products today. Hope you enjoy it.
Okay, thank you all. Thanks for the introduction, and let's kick it off. I'll start sharing my screen to show you on day 1 what we have done. So here we go. Okay. So as you may know, and I think most probably most of you attended day 1. So for those who didn't attend, let's take you like in a quick brief. Let's take you in a quick brief into what we have done in day 1. Let me share my screen. I think I didn't share my screen, right? Okay. Great. So now you can see my screen. So for that. So in day 1, actually, we covered a lot of topics. We mainly focused on the capabilities of the Arcgis platform, and we talked about some of the new features. We started with Arcgis Online. My colleague went through a demonstration showing the new features, the new map viewer in beta version. And he showed how fast it is, what was improved between the old viewer and the new viewer. And then our colleague went through Arcgis field apps. He talked about the several applications in the field that can be used by field staff, and a lot of demonstrations was demonstrated for the field apps for each of those applications, like Workforce for Arcgis, Quick Capture, Survey 123, Rds Explorer, and then also we introduced a new field application that is coming soon that will combine a lot of those features across different applications into one application. Also, we talked about Rds Dashboard. In Rds Dashboard, we showed the new arcade capability that was introduced recently. And we saw the new feature that was also introduced technically in the details of the configuration of Rds Dashboard. Also, we went through Rgs Experience Builder, a new tool that allows and helps people to configure and develop applications quickly and very efficiently.
We compared also Rgs Experience Builder to the Web App Builder tool and how things are different between each of them. Also, my colleague demonstrated a lot of those capabilities. We finished the day by introducing the Rds Analytics for IoT. A lot of capabilities there in terms of supporting big data and integrating with the Internet of Things and the new capabilities across. So those were like in brief of what was presented in day one. In day two, as we just introduced the team, those solution engineers who will be presenting, we will talk about a lot of details. We'll start with Arcgis Mission. Arcgis Mission is a situation awareness application. My colleague Aid will go into the details of it. And as yesterday, we will focus on demonstrating those capabilities. So there will be some slides. There will be some of the introduction of each capability, and then we'll go to demonstrate each of them. After that, my colleague Firas will also talk about Arcgis Indoors, also a new G-enabled system. Also, we'll move forward to talk about Arcgis Urban, web-based application solution, web-based solution. And then we'll move forward to tackle some of the imagery, new imagery capabilities across the Arcgis platform. And here it's good to point that recently Esri has focused on developing and enhancing the imagery capabilities across the platform itself. So imagery workflows can be covered across ArcGIS with new capabilities and new enhancements, actually major enhancements. My colleague Aid will demonstrate Arcgis Excalibur, and then I'll finish the day with Arcgis imagery GUI collections. And also it's good to note that that there will be also space for you to ask in the Q&A chat box. We will break by the mid of this day, so we can go over your questions and answers if you have, and we will have another Q&A session by the end of this webinar. I hope you will enjoy it, and also I want to say that by the end of this session, after some days, I think by mid of next week, we will be uploading all the webinar recordings onto our YouTube channel. So you will find all what we've talked about in these 2 days uploaded on our YouTube channel. So visit there if you want to get back to those videos. And if you want to ask us, if you want to reach us for any questions, any clarifications, please feel free to do so. We will be also sharing our contact details during the slides. Sales at Esri Saudi Arabia and solutions at Esri Saudi Arabia. So let's kick it off, and now I will give it to my colleague Aid so he can start the day with Arcgis. Aid, all yours.
Thank you, Mustafa. Hi again. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, I'll be talking today. The first topic is going to be Arcgis Mission. It's a new solution from Esri. It provides tactical situational awareness. So I'll be showing the core capabilities of the product, system components, and how they interact with each other without going into too many technical details. And then we will see a nice demo of the solution with Dalal and Mustafa. So let's begin by identifying the need for such a product. Often, team members require the need to communicate and collaborate with each other, even when disconnected. By that, I mean in the field, when they are working on something in the field. The second one is insufficient ways to update mobile users or team members with mission-relevant data. The third one, no one solution for end-to-end mission tasks. So often organizations have to use a couple of solutions, a lot of interfaces and stuff like that, which make the architecture very complicated and costly. The fourth one is communication and collaboration is not persisted in the organization system of record. By that, I mean, there is no history of previous missions or previous field work, or maybe there are, but it's not detailed. It's not recording the communications and stuff like that. So before we go into what Arcgis Mission is and how Arcgis Mission is going to fill those fulfill those business needs, let's see the previous architecture of situational awareness and ArcGIS, which used to look like this, where we in the back office provision maps, web maps and applications like web app builder applications for the field, or maybe mobile applications, and we share the same web map service with those in the field to have a common picture, or maybe to be on the same picture. But we didn't have situational awareness where a field worker can communicate with each other and can send messages and maybe also share attachments, pictures and stuff like that. And also we didn't have the element where we can also send those updates to the back office and get information from the back office in real time. This is where Arcgis Mission is positioned. So what is Arcgis Mission? Arcgis Mission is a solution for mission management, geospatial communication, and tactical situational awareness. Arcgis Mission provides streamlined workflows for mission management, situational awareness for active mission. It also provides peer-to-peer communication in the field and post-mission reviews. With Arcgis Mission, organization can better understand their operations, make informed decisions in real time, and unlock new intelligence from completed missions. As I mentioned, since we are resisting the information in the cloud, so we have that capability to go back to the history and see what happened and review it and analyze it, and of course learn from it. So yeah, Arcgis Mission has three main components, or has only three components rather. Arcgis Mission Manager, Arcgis Server, and Arcgis Responder. So let's see these components. So Arcgis Mission Manager is a focused web application that provides streamlined workflows for mission management, including creating and organizing missions. A mission is a new concept, and it's also a new type in Arcgis that organizes mission members, an authoritative map for the mission, which is as I mentioned, it's the common picture that we all have from the field to the office, so we can see the same thing. It also organizes supporting layers to view and capture mission message and to view and capture data on those layers. And also this mission includes the messages and tracks and additional material relevant to the mission. Mission Manager is also used to provision missions to the Mission Responder mobile application, and also allowed to collaborate with mission members. View a common picture, as I mentioned, from the field to the back office. This application is a premium application, so it requires a creator user type or higher. And let's see this application in action in a nice demo with Mustafa. So let's go back to Mustafa.
Thank you, Ali. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So this is Arcgis Mission. Thank you, Ali. This is Mustafa, and now we'll be showing you Arcgis Mission in action. So as we have seen that Arcgis Mission can serve different types of users like managers, analysts, and
responders. So in this demo, I'll be the mission manager or analyst. As a mission manager or analyst, I can utilize Arcgis Mission Manager, the focus-based application that I talked about. So mission is the fundamental way to organize people, content, and so utilizing the Arcgis Mission Manager, I can view a list of missions that I either own or I am a member of, based on my membership within that mission. So I can gain an in-detail understanding about each mission. Mission name, the summary of the mission, who owns the mission, the status of the mission. Let's take a look on the details of a certain mission, where we actually have co-workers conducting a live mission in a VIP area. As we can see from the overview of the mission, the main goal is mainly centered around maintaining security and public safety through that area that might be critical for some security reasons. Those are the mission summary. I can see those members, the teams, the maps, the materials, everything around the mission. So if I open the mission details, we can have a look on the detail of a certain mission. Okay, and where we actually have co-workers conducting live mission, as we said. So we have the members, the people of the mission, those are portal users that have been added to the mission to become mission members. Also, I have the teams, the Alpha team, the Beta team, the Bravo team, and the Delta team. This is on the ground team. Also, I have my supporting analysts. The content of the mission is really centered actually around a mission map that contains reference layers, which is combined with my mission details and additional context to help better understand the ongoing activities on the ground. As well, there is also some additional layers on top of this mission map, one highlighting the parking areas. Those are some areas that need to be maintained for safety and security reasons throughout the event. I also have the area of responsibility, AOR. Those are maybe some patrols being roaming around that area. Also, I have the materials tab. So of the mission, of any mission, I have the materials tab. It includes the documents, images, photos, and reports that can be added to the mission as additional information to provide mission member with information about this mission. As you can see, I have a couple of different materials, one being a recent report about suspicious activity occurring in the field at a specific location. The important part here is to know that these additional material can not only be accessed from the mission manager, but as you can see now, but also it can be also accessed from a mission responder mobile application that you'll see in a moment with my colleague Dalal. So every mission has a status actually, and the status informs the mission member as to the state of the mission. So once a created mission is in active status, all members can open that mission to begin participating and collaborating with one another. I'm going to walk you through some of the experiences as my role is a mission analyst. On the left-hand side, as an analyst, I can get an understanding of who is part of my mission and what their status is, whether they are connected or disconnected and for how long. Also, I have an understanding of what device those members are using. So if they are using the Rgs Mission application, I have the monitor icon. If they are using the field Rjs Responder application, I will have the mobile icon. If they are a responder in the field, I can gain immediate situational awareness as to their last known location, utilizing the pin icon to it, and it will pan directly to that location. In addition to the member of the mission, I can gain an understanding of which team members are participating in the mission. Not only that, but which members are part of this team. As I can see here in the Bravo team, I have a list of members and myself assigned to this specific team. Viewing who is part of the mission and potentially where they have been last known to be located is very important for an analyst. But so the activity that is occurring during the mission. So if I utilize my activity tab, I have a focused view of all the activities I am part of through this mission, whether I have created or been recipient of those activities. If I go to the All Activity tab, in just a single click, I can view all the activities that have occurred through the lifetime of the mission, whether I'm involved in them or not. This is a key as any mission analyst that is utilizing the Mission Manager application can view all the activity tab, and everybody could be working of the same common operation and a comprehensive way. If I go to the Custom Filter tab, as I said before, I'm assigned to the Bravo team. So anything involving me or
all the activities in a mission I may not care about, but I may be specifically focused on specific members or team not assigned to. So I can create custom filters based on these member or teams and apply them directly to the mission so that only those activities applying to that filter will be shown in that field. Again, at the center point of situational awareness is my mission map, and it contains those supporting layers that I talked about before. Not only that, but it directly reflects which members are currently active in my mission, as well as any of the activity that is currently being shown on my activity tab. So knowing that I'm assigned to the Bravo team, it's important not only to see their last known location, but also where they have been throughout the lifetime of this mission. As an analyst, I am making sure that they are patrolling the right areas of responsibilities. Knowing that a certain team field responder is part of the Bravo team, which I am assigned to, I can actually take a look at where he has been through the lifetime of the mission. And not only where he's been, but also I can see his orientation or direction that was traveling based on the symbology. He's just recently left his location and now is located in another point of interest. This visual situation awareness is key in understanding who is in the mission, where they have been last located, or even what activity has occurred throughout the mission. But in addition, it's important to me as an analyst to maintain persistent communication and collaboration with these analysts and with these responders as well. So I can do that through some of our messaging and communication capabilities. Knowing I am here in the operations center in Riyadh, for example, I have some analysts sitting in the field in the mission area, which I may need to contact to understand if there is any information occurring in a certain area that I need to be aware of. So I can send him a direct message to one of those analysts, again, denoted by the monitor icon, to ask them if they have any update that I need to be aware of. So I write the message and then simply send it to them. In addition to these simple chats, it's also important for me that when I receive update information, I may need to receive ground truth to make an informed decision. So I mentioned that we receive a report about a potential suspicious activity occurring in the mission area, right? So what I can do is send a location-based to someone of my mobile team, location-based message. And in this instance, the Bravo team to ask for ground truth if there is any suspicious activity occurring in that place. I can create what we call a geo message or a location-based message to task this user or team to see if there is any suspicious activity on the ground. Both these simple chats the chats and the geo messages are all being powered by a mission server in the backend. Now I'll pass it back to Ba'i to talk about the other application, which is the mobile application, Arcgis Mission Responder.
Thank you, Mustafa. Yeah, that was a nice demo of Arcgis Mission Manager. Now let's talk about the other components, which they are the Arcgis Mission Responder, Arcgis Mission Server. So the Arcgis Mission Server is the back end of the solution. It facilitates the communications, the peer-to-peer communications, and also it presents the data to the cloud, and it saves that data to our Arcgis enterprise. Arcgis Mission Responder is also a focused mobile application that mission members use in the field. The app allows field teams to work off an authoritative map of the mission area. This map, of course, is shared with the back office, as we saw in the architecture. This mobile application allows users to send status and location updates and share information using peer-to-peer communication, as I mentioned, facilitated by the Arcgis Mission Server. Mission Responder is a free mobile application available for Android and iOS. Users must be assigned an editor to the app, so they can or editor user type or higher, so they can use it. and they can use their Arcgis enterprise credentials to access their organization. And let's see a demo of the mobile application, elaborating on what Mustafa has started in the Arcgis Mission Manager. With Dalal will show us a demo of Arcgis Mission Responder. Take it away, Dalal.
Thank you, Ayub. This is Dalal again. And now I will be showing you the Mission Responder app, which is actually a mobile app. Here you can see the interface. As Ayub mentioned before, the Mission is available in both Android and iOS. So just like we could in the Mission Manager application, I can see, if we get, let me open the app. Okay. Just like in the Mission Manager app, I can see a list of missions that I am a part of and only those that are active. I do see an active mission, so let's take a closer look at it. I can get a sense of what map and content are associated to this mission. Because I am a mobile responder, I can go offline with my maps and they're available for me to see even if they're offline. So in the below tabs, we have a few tabs. First, we have the mission details, where I can see the mission details. Next, the teams, where I can see who's a part of that mission, both teams and members. And the materials tab, and I can again download them, each one or all of them, in case I go disconnected. So let us open the current mission map and take a closer look at it. First thing that pops up is my active location. Let us utilize the bookmark capability to bring me directly to the location where the mission is currently happening. We can take a look, and the first thing you immediately see is the pins of my team members, those from a tactical situational standpoint. I need to constantly know about where are they located. So in the below mission feed tab, I can see it if anybody wanted to contact me. I can see only those activities that I am a part of, that are a part of my involvement in the mission, nothing else. I want to stay focused on the ground of what I need to accomplish. Just like the mission manager, I need to communicate, as I had mentioned, peer-to-peer. So we have a chat session. I can send simple chats to one another. In this instance, I will send direct chat to the mission analyst. In addition to this simple chat, I can also send a location-based message. I can send points, lines, areas. What do they help me do? It enables me to communicate geographically. It augments traditional radio technology that is in the field. Maybe I want a voiceover, meet me at a specific location. I can drop a point and my members can meet me there. So I just wanted to provide a brief overview of the mission responder experience, so you have an understanding of what's currently happening in the mission we are in. I'll switch it back to my colleague Mustafa.
Thanks, Dalal. Can you hear me now? Is it good? Okay, super. So we are back to the Mission Manager application, and as my role mission analyst, I immediately see in real time I have some updates, some activity occurring in my activity feed. So it looks like I have an update from Dalal from the ground. It might be that there is suspicious activity that was possibly happening around her location. Dalal says that there's no suspicious activity and it's all clear. And I can see from the image that she sent that nothing looks suspicious. I can also take a look that there is some activity occurring in the All Activities tab. So regardless of the activity, the chats, the geo messages, the tracks, all of this is being collected and stored in the back end of our system of records. So now we can take the mission information, be able to utilize it downstream to conduct further analysis and utilize the rest of the Arcgis platform, like an operation dashboards, for example, where I'm receiving real-time information and understanding about my mission. Now I'll pass it back to Ayed so he can explain how executives can monitor this dashboard. Ayed?
Thank you, Mustafa. Yeah, so using such data, we can, of course, use the same web map to assign it to a dashboard. And as we see here, this information was broadcasted in the last 40 minutes, and it's available for executive decision makers to see what's happening in that live mission, as well as we can do the same workflow with historical missions that happened in the past. Yeah, so it's a really cool feature that it's integrated in the same Arcgis ecosystem to allow for such analysis and such visualization. So now let's talk about the industries that might take advantage of such a product. So we're talking about industries that require tactical situation awareness and communication in the field. The focus is on field-based operations that require coordination and communication among team members and with command centers. Some of the industries that we see here on the screen, like public safety. By public safety, we mean law enforcement agency, fire departments, emergency management agencies, and similar organizations that require such a product or such a workflow. Arcgis Mission also makes it easy for companies in the commercial sector to provide security for their facilities, personnel, and events. Same goes for natural resources. It can play a huge role in securing assets for natural resources, and also providing security, conduct special mission with greater safety and effectiveness for natural resources sites. And also, it might be useful for transportation and logistics. It provides it could provide, for example, airports with the capability to comply with the government security regulations. Lastly, Arcgis Mission can be used for health and human services to coordinate response activities related to pandemics, hazards actions, hazard conditions, and other public health crises. So let's talk about licensing and system requirements. Well, as I mentioned, since it's part of the Arcgis ecosystem, we require a base deployment of Arcgis Enterprise 10.8 or later. Arcgis Mission Server is a new server role for Arcgis Enterprise and require an Arcgis Enterprise base deployment. We highly recommend a configuration of spatiotemporal big data store, since we collect a lot of data over time. And of course, you can find more information about the system requirement in the Arcgis Mission Server website. For the mobile application, well, the logical requirement is a mobile. You need something that has iOS or Android. And you need the user types for Arcgis Mission, as I mentioned earlier, editor and creator. Editor for the responder application, and creator and hire for the manager. Then the result architecture is as we see on the screen, where a mission server in the back end mainly concerned about messaging services and events, and it's communicating with Arcgis Enterprise to read and write data. Yeah, that's all about Arcgis Mission. Now let's go to my colleague Firas. He's going to show us another cool geo-enabled solution for indoor navigation. It's called Arcgis Indoors. All yours, Firas.
Hello, everyone. This is Firas again. So today I'm going to walk you through an overview of Arcgis Indoors and show you a quick live demo to get started.
through the solution. Now, though the Arcgis Indoors functionalities and features would require considerable time to cover in details, I'll try to cover as much as possible in the upcoming 20 minutes. So let's start off by talking about why Arcgis Indoors is transformative for organizations. So let's begin with some statistics. In 2018, public and private organizations in the US spent an estimated 1.7 trillion in capital facilities. Now, while these capital facility investments are too much, up to 80% of facility costs are incurred in the operations and maintenance phase. And this means that incremental improvements in planning and managing of a facility and facility occupancy, operations, and maintenance processes can have massive and long-lasting returns on investment. So that's why Esri created the Arcgis Indoors, mainly to give organizations a system of record for their facilities that improves occupancy, planning, operations, and maintenance. Now, over the last decade, Esri provided actually custom indoor mapping through hard coding and applications and so on, and also wayfinding solutions. And that was done to customers in virtually every market. And as this digital transformation continues to evolve, business operations, Esri is advancing also its technology into the indoor mapping realm to better support our users. So Arcgis Indoors has been released almost 2 years ago, though we believe a lot of Arcgis users aren't fully aware about its functions and capabilities yet. Integrating the system of record into operations and maintenance processes lets organizations easily maintain an up-to-date inventory of facilities and quickly assess the conditions of these facilities. So in short, Arcgis Indoors lets users visualize and analyze information about their building's indoors areas throughout every phase of the facility management lifecycle. So let's also now take a look at some of the areas where you can apply Arcgis Indoor. First one, I'd like to highlight 3 main areas here. So the first main area, and most critically to good facility management, is the people that occupy the buildings. So people need to be able to make effective use of their facilities to maximize their productivity. Arcgis Indoors helps them do this by delivering new experiences for the building occupants and visitors. So employees and visitors now no longer need to deal with the frustration of wondering where is, for example, the nearest printer, or how to reach and navigate through a massive campus or workspace. And we have all been in those situations, or where, for example, their appointments located, or meeting rooms, or colleagues where they are. So instead, they can use now the indoor web and mobile applications to easily visualize and find assets, amenities, colleagues, even in real time, events occurring in specific place within your building, for example, collaboration spaces, and even reserve rooms for appointments or meetings. Also, it's worth highlighting how indoors mapping and wayfinding plays a vital role in security and emergency situations. In those cases, time is important for the first responders when they react to a specific emergency situation. So they need to understand and allocate the entrances and exits of a building, the emergency exits, the nearest medical kits, for example, or fire extinguisher. And those are all mapped in your application. Also, the security department in a certain facility, for example, would like to easily allocate some valuable resources inside their facilities
and probably geotag those assets and monitor their location in real time. The second area I would like to focus on or highlight is is the maintenance management, the planned maintenance, user requests, and repairs. Those keep facilities safe, functional, and productive for their occupants. By enabling occupants to report incidents or request services and tie those requests to a specific location, you can get a clearer and big picture view into maintenance needs, requests, and repairs. And that's done by integrating Arcgis indoors with existing applications throughout our platform like Survey123 and Arcgis Operations Dashboard. Arcgis Indoors supports geotagged service requests, providing dynamic insight into the location of incidents. So the responders or the maintenance team will go directly to that location and start doing their work. Then the last area is the space management. So let's talk about space management a little bit here. Every organization, and this is, by the way, part of it is a new feature that got introduced in the latest release of the Arcgis Indoors. Every organization sometimes needs to reallocate space or seating arrangements to accommodate changing space needs. Whether these space moves are designed for strategic expansions like opening a new building, for example, or consolidations, or for tactical support for a specific project, or maybe a situation like the COVID-19 case, where you have to reallocate people and keep social distancing. So in all those cases, you would require a space plan and a holistic space reallocation plan guided by a data-driven indoor map, like what's provided in Arcgis Indoors, can help you minimize the cost of space moves, communicate with the necessary stakeholders, and properly sequence events. Now let's have a quick demonstration to show you some of those features very quickly. So what you can see here is the Esri's headquarters in Redlands. This is a 3D view of all the campuses all around, and you can notice the campuses are spread all over a wide area. So Arcgis Indoors here comes to play a big role in wayfinding, locating, sharing locations, and of course, maintenance. So let's have, this is what you can see here is the web interface of the Arcgis Indoors. The same interface is provided on mobile as well. So let's navigate to building the queue. When I navigate to building queue, I'll start seeing the floor plans of that building throughout all the different floors. Starting from floor 1, 2, 3, and the underground floor as well. I can go and explore my map. I can go and identify some assets, some meeting rooms. I can even allocate my colleagues. So when I click, for example, on specific space, I can just detect to which employee the space is related. Then Arcgis Indoors allows me to explore my people, my colleagues, and the exploring experience is organized into categories. So I can go and explore people, I can explore places and things. I can go also to retail and services, safety and security. And within each of those categories, you can go and find subcategories. So you can go and navigate all those subcategories. I can also just do my normal search. I'm looking, for example, for the office of Jack Dangerman, for example. So I can just go allocate it, I can navigate to it, and so on. So let's say I'm just visiting Esri campus, and let's say I have a meeting with, let's say I just arrived to the headquarters, and I'm just here at the entrance of the building, and I'm just going to allocate my location. And let's say I have a meeting with Jack Hunt. So this will go and show me the route from my place to the office, and shows me how I would go and navigate and so on. So this is the wayfinding capability. Of course, on the Arcgis Indoors mobile app, if integrated with an indoor positioning system, I can not just get the way around, I can also navigate throughout the place. And if Jack is not in his place, for example, he can share his location with me, and then he can I can view and allocate him in real time as well. I can also go and search for any event within my workplace and do some filtering and retrieve specific events. Now, I would like just to highlight here as well the concept of reporting incidents. So from the Arcgis Indoors itself, when I go to the survey 123, I can just integrate with it and bring in a form and just submit my some of the incident details. This will directly, since we are talking about Arcgis as one platform and all the applications integrate with each other. So this will just give the store this incident in one place, and so the colleagues or the maintenance team will just accept it in real time and go and start working. Just to mention, this is the kiosk version. So the web version is also, it has like a kiosk version. You can place it on certain kiosk outs at the entrances of your buildings. And also to mention that we also support the navigation of your indoor spaces in 2D and 3D views. And you can go and do the navigation as well and the route in 3D as well. Now, back to the slides. So how to get started? Now, most of the floor plans are available nowadays in CAD and BIM models. So with Arcgis Indoors, you can just bring those data directly. We have created a way to visualize 2D floor plans in the context of the real world location and bring in operational data layers from other business systems. So by translating all those drawings, we have tools that ingests those CAD floor plans and BIM models into an indoors information model. And this is part of the product. It comes with it, and it maps all the source layers into its destination in the Arcgis Indoors information model and geodatabase. And then through the applications, the web or the mobile, you can go and do your indoor maps, indoor scenes, network services, and so on. So Arcgis Indoors consists of several core components that I would like to highlight them quickly. First, it provides indoor map making tools in Arcgis Pro. So whenever you get Arcgis Indoors, directly the Arcgis Pro will get equipped with new geoprocessing tools that will help you convert floor plans into your geodatabase and Arcgis. So Arcgis Pro also provides tools to configure facility points of interests and generate routable networks, pathways, and even start connecting your different floors with each other, and so on. The second component is the indoor viewer app for web and mobile. The one that we've seen during our demo. It lets you engage occupants and operators with floor-aware visualizations of their facilities. And these apps are configured to support capabilities like indoor search, navigation, positioning, record sharing of other employees, their location sharing as well, space bookings, where we can integrate directly with your Outlook and calendar to book specific rooms or spaces and so on. Now, all of this, if combined with an indoor positioning system, will expand even the functionalities of the product. So the applications, the indoor web and mobile, are compatible with the indoor positioning systems. This gives users of the indoors apps the ability to see their current location in the building as a blue dot on the map and start doing the navigation all around. The blue dot experience supports both Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth through access points, if you have existing access points, or through Bluetooth beacons based on your requirements. And it's available for both iOS as well as in Android devices. So this is a quick overview of the different components. Now let me quickly also highlight the integrations. So another important component is the system integration, in fact. These integrations allow you to transmit data dynamically between systems supporting operations and maintenance workflows. And this one important business process is, since it's maintenance and management, it involves data from computerized maintenance management systems like IBM Maximo, for example. So since Arcgis Indoors sits on a robust indoors information model, you can integrate with these systems in Arcgis Indoors. So first, you will have to load the indoor locations into the database you are integrating with to associate records in Arcgis Indoors with the records from your external systems. Then you will configure actions in the user interfaces that will enable users to launch work order forms from indoors web and mobile viewers directly, or request work at specific locations by pinning on that location, or visualize work location of work requests and start resolving your work. This is the spectrum of the different users that can get benefit of the Arcgis Indoors. It varies from visitors to employees to those in field work and the operations and so on. The last slide that I would like to highlight is the Arcgis Indoors licensing. So first of all, the Arcgis Indoors is licensed per square foot or square meter. It's available on Arcgis Online as well as on Arcgis Enterprise. We are providing on-premise and the cloud as well. It's shipped with unlimited viewers because we understand that you'll have a lot of visitors and you can't consider named users in such case. So it involves unlimited viewers, unlimited editors, and unlimited GIS professionals. Now, all of those named users cannot be combined with other existing installations or instances of Arcgis Enterprise that you currently have. They only work on Arcgis Indoors and only for the purpose of Indoors. With the Enterprise Edition, you will get Enterprise Advanced, and by default, it's shipped with 16 core license. So you can install it on a 16-core machine. If your requirement exceeds that, you can ask for more number of enterprise licenses. And you can also add extra video event server if you would like, for example, to analyze real-time locations coming from the Arcgis Indoors. Also, it comes with Arcgis Pro Advanced with the extensions that you can see: 3D Analyst, Network Analyst, Data Interoperability, Data Reviewer, and Spatial Analyst. So all of those components actually consolidate all together to bring the user a seamless experience, starting from importing data from other external systems, creating their indoors information model, loading in their points of interest and others, and then creating the the maps and the disseminating it through the applications to visitors, users, and others. So that was all for the Arcgis indoors. I guess we'll now leave it for the questions and answers. We'll have a break for 5 minutes. So if anyone have any questions, please drop it, and we are happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Firas. I think we can proceed with the second hour of this webinar, as there's no questions till now. So we hope that you are enjoying those sessions. For the next segment of this day, we will have Dalal going to show us Arcgis Urban. After that, we will proceed to talk about some imagery capabilities. We will show Arcgis Excalibur, and then also we will be showing Arcgis imagery GUI collections. So 1 minute and we proceed.
Okay, and this is Dalal again. So now we will have a walkthrough of an overview of Arcgis Urban, including demonstrations on the new features added. To start, let me quickly explain the importance of such a system. Holders in government, real estate development, private design and planning firms, and the public are currently not and create a shared environment, as we said. To start, Arcgis Urban is a modeling and planning system to orchestrate urban development. It's browser-based, so it's simple to use. It's fundamentally 3D, but can work with your existing 2D and 3D GIS information. It offers a set of web-based planning and design tools that can support many different planning initiatives. So what can Arcgis Urban do for you? First, Arcgis Urban gives you the ability to visualize, track, and review development projects throughout their life cycle citywide, both internally and in a shared public view. This supports collaboration between the public and the private stakeholders. So users can establish a representation of their building application or permitting pipeline that can be shared across the agencies and with the public. So as I said before, cities are facing many challenges these days. One of those challenges is that zoning codes are becoming increasingly complex. 50 years ago, they were described in a handful of pages. Today, they can fill up to 3 file binders. So as you can see in the image here, it shows the zoning codes for the same city back in 1917 and in 2019. Additionally, zoning codes are stored in a format that can't be easily translated to real-world problem. Most zoning codes exist in texture or tabular form, as shown in these two examples. This unstructured data cannot be easily transformed into actual 3D geometries, such as zoning envelope, to access the capacity potential of parcels to make the most adequate design in smart cities. ArcGIS Urban is designed to specifically help this solve this problem by visualizing zoning codes in 3D to better understand the implementation of a variety of zoning parameters. Next, ArcGIS Urban can increase transparency and understanding by helping to communicate trends. Indicators can be configured and overlaid, such as walkability in the analysis. Custom indicators can also be added. For example, here you can see San Francisco's growth policy analysis mapped to transportation analysis zones, showing future capacity for job growth in the city. Finally, ArcGIS Urban can support better engagement with planning commissions and the public by evaluating proposed projects as they are submitted for permitting. Incorporating BIM and other type of 3D models into the review process can reduce the time spent during the review period. So with Urban, we can display the proposed BIM model during the design commission meeting to get full picture of the context and the content, allowing decision makers, the public, to better understand what is proposed, just like we will see in the demo. But first, let me talk about the product. Because it is a geo-enabled system, Urban pairs nicely with other Esri products that support planning and design workflows. To start, we have City Engine, which provides a tool for advanced design workflow, such as detailed streetscape and facade modeling. We can use City Engine to export designs to virtual reality platforms and third-party modeling softwares like Unreal Engine and SketchUp. Urban and GIS and ArcGIS Urban have a dedicated integration. Next product is ArcGIS Story Maps, which allows planners to compose stories that showcase plans, projects, guided tours of a plan area, and project details. Another app we have is Survey 123 for ArcGIS, which allows planning professionals to use surveys to better understand community needs and obtain feedback by letting the public fill these surveys. They can be simple web surveys. We also have Operation Dashboard, which is used to provide a private stakeholder with a focused view by consuming indicator data from Urban and visualizing this data in a web-based dashboard. Last but not least, we have the ArcGIS Hub, which create community engagement. For example, planners can use the hubs to share draft plans and projects from Urban through a public site. Lastly, we have ArcGIS Pro, our core product that delivers professional tools for editing, mapping, GIS, and managing GIS content, like 3D base map and indicators. And it delivers 3D geospatial tools that let users analytics to support reviews, such as apply, viewshed, and shadow analysis. So we're going to see a demo now, which we will explain the new 2020 features in this demo. Okay. So our demo is located in Honolulu. We're going to see the new features in the 2020 update. We can see first the new interface. The first update we have is the content filter, which gives you the ability to filter what you see on the left based on your own content shared across the organization, or the public content. Next up, we have the land use plans. It's in addition to the zoning plans showed in orange. We're going to see an example of a land use plan for the entire island, and they will use the new added feature, the conceptual grid. Land use is defined in Urban as a % of distribution for space use type. We're going to see a few space use type we have in the zoning details. We have hotels, retail. All these land use type are reflected on in the scenario as colors. We also have a new feature, which is the painting tool. It's used to easily apply land use type in a scenario. Here, I'm going to apply one use, which is the general commercial around the train track, by simply painting it, and another use, which is the medium density on the other side of the track. Let's have a look at an individual land use plan. We will edit the plan, which will bring more functions for authoring scenarios. We have two land use copies from existing conditions. Here you can see urban and agriculture. We can switch between scenarios and explore different land uses. We're going to create a new scenario now, and we'll walk through it. So scenario ownership is linked to your username, so your work can't be edited unless it's shared. I'm going to select these three parcels and create the conceptual grid we saw. Okay, let me just finish creating the new scenario. Great. Okay, so we've added, we have the split, the merge and erase, and the new grid toolbars that we mentioned. Under the land use tab, we will use the paint tool that we just saw to determine different land use type. So when you're painting, you're automatically creating districts. So in this example, we've added a few new land use types, such as the office and the parking. We'd like to note that each plan has context brought in for additional detail. In this case, we have the distance from the stations. We're now going to go to a zoning plan, which is similar to a land use plan. We will look into the ability to implement zoning changes. Again, we can see our context. If we switch between existing conditions, you will notice that it's locked. I can use it as a base to build from in another scenario. I'm going to select one of the zones and modify it simply by clicking on it. Here I have the BMX4 zone. When I modify it, it will open a list of zones, both existing and proposed. If I click on it, each zone has more detailed parameter outlining the floor to area ratio, maximum building height, allowed space user type. We have sky planes, which is the newest parameter. We will demonstrate shortly. I'm going to make a copy of this existing zone and propose changes. We're just going to add a label to it. I'm going to change the floor to area ratio and access it from my list. It will affect all selected parcel chosen, and then it will update accordingly. So ArcGIS Urban also can model building types. Here we can see that regulation buildings are represented too. We can see the new regulation that we just added, which is 5, applied to this building. Buildings can have one or many space use types. Space use reflects the capacity metrics which are related to the population, parking, and other assets. So these assets are actually downloadable as an Excel sheet. I'll download the entire study area. It goes straight into my web. As I open the sheet, I can see that each scenario is donated by a column. I have all my capacity metrics, the space use types, and the space per use per zone applied in each scenario. This is useful for future analysis. So in urban, you can also create and manage your own space use type. Let's create a new space user type. In this plan, I'll set the height to 25 feet, but I'd like to know that urban supports metric units also. In the back end, I can change the capacity metrics, such as parking spots. So I'm going to use this new space type that we just created in an existing building through selecting the site and adding details, such as this main street retail. Just like that. Okay, now I'll create a new building type and we'll add space use components to our building. I'll choose the new space as we created. We can choose the footprint shape or make it auto-generated. Okay. And just like that, our new building type is available and can be easily applied to parcels, just like this. We'll now see the features, the sky planes that we just talked about. Okay. First, we'll override the height of the parcel from 60 feet to 400 feet to accommodate. We can visualize it if we turn on the envelope. So sky planes can be applied based on parcel edge. Here, I'm going to choose the front street edge and change the departure angle and the offset distance. To further illustrate it, I'm going to put a building type in it, a residential tower. I would like to note that the building adapts to the changes I make if I change the angle or if I change the height, based on the values we've entered. So Urban also has out-of-the-box spatial analysis tool located on the bottom right, which include the shadow, measures, and slice. The newest one is the line of sight. First, you choose an observer location. Let's zoom into that. And then you just draw the sights of line, as simple as that. The green ones are the unblocked view. The red ones are the blocked. Here we can see the yellow buildings are blocking the view. Our latest addition also is street level imagery. So it's a new added feature. It allows for side-by-side comparison. You can see the existing conditions on the right and the urban model, whether it's proposed or existing, on the left. So when all of your scenarios are ready, they can be shared internally or with the public. After clicking publish, you get a pane to choose which layer of scenario you'd like to appear. So public sharing was added in the latest version per scenario, and the ability for the public to engage in a designated time period that you set when you enable it. As you can see here, you can enable the sharing and choose the designated time for that. So the public can interact and put their comments. These comments are integrated with our hub in the backend, and these comments can also be downloaded for further analysis. Okay, moving on to projects. As you know, revert models are easily imported into ArcGIS Urban to get visions of the surrounding. Here we have an example of an apartment building. Does it appear? Okay. So the public can also comment on projects. Project editing was recently added. We're going to create a brand new project. You just simply define the area of the project and give it a name. You can sketch it directly. Okay, you just give it a height and start sketching. So sketching is done freehand with the ability to position, push-pull each face in the X, Y, and Z direction. I'm going to just draw another mass, a tower, and adjust it. So we also have a rich library of trees. Each one of these trees can be positioned and sized individually. We also have other assets, such as a vehicle. You can place them for scale next to the building. We also have street furniture, just like you can see this garbage bin. And smart street furniture, such as this bus stop. So just like the trees, these assets can be adjusted individually. So I can create different scenarios to each project, and my edit will be saved on every scenario. So I just wanted to give an overview of the new updates of ArcGIS Urban. Thank you. Okay. Next up, ArcGIS Urban API is coming soon, so stay tuned for it. The API allows for developers to create and update indicators, plans, and projects out of third-party applications, such as permitting system, as well as conduct further analysis on the generated building and much more. It's currently in private beta and will be released soon, so stay tuned. I'm going to now pass it to my colleague Ayub, who has an interesting presentation about an imagery product, Arcgis Excalibur. Okay, go ahead, Ayub.
Thank you, Dalal. Hello again, everyone. In this session, we'll be talking about a new product called Arcgis Excalibur. It's a web application that allows analysts easily find, examine, collect, and share observations from all types of imagery. It allows you to access both imagery and authoritative geospatial data in one experience. So let's go ahead and we're gonna start with a poll. Can you, Mustafa, start the poll? It's an easy question. Just answer it. We will give it 30 seconds. Have you ever heard of Arcgis Excalibur? So I can tune in my overview. Please go ahead and answer the question. Okay, so if I see the, yeah, so most of you, 80% haven't heard of this product, and 20% has heard of the product. So let's then tune the overview that like you all have not heard of it. So yeah. So let's start with our famous framework that has 3 components. I think you've seen those with Mustafa yesterday, and he, I think, iterated on them this morning. So we have our system of records, and that's about hosting and managing massive amount of data. And we have our system of engagement. It's really the way of which our users interact with Arcgis platform. Through intuitive applications that are focused on certain workflows. And then we have our system of insights. It's this system, it's the system for analysts to apply raster functions and spatial and non-spatial analysis and get new insights from the data. It's basically creating knowledge from data. And as we all know, imagery has always been part of Arcgis ecosystem, and Esri has been doing something different lately when it comes to imagery. Not only treating imagery as a different layer, however, we're taking that foundation of GIS and we are building an imagery platform on top of it. And that's where Arcgis Excalibur is positioned. So let's overview the product. The product has 4 major components or 4 major capabilities that has sub-capabilities underneath each of those components. We have integrated imagery management. That's about accessing, discovering accessing and discovering your imagery. The second one is exploitation, and that's about conducting on-the-fly processing, dynamic visualization. Since it's integrated with the Arcgis platform or Arcgis Enterprise, we take advantage of image server to conduct such complicated processes. And the third component is imagery project, and that's about organizing all the resources needed for a certain task to be conducted. And we will see two demos, one on this particular component about imagery project, and the second one will be about visualization and exploitation. And lastly, the last component we have is imagery derived products. So not only you can search for your imagery, and not only you can conduct your analysis on the same application, but also you can share the information as a product. And we will see that as part of the visualization and exploitation demo. So yeah, so let's then jump into the first demo. Which is about working with imagery projects. Imagery project, a new concept that organizes resources needed to complete image-based tasks. So yeah, let me just get it ready for you. Yes. Okay. So Arcgis Excalibur allows users to conduct a variety of image-based workflows, including pre-planned workflows, such as workflow can be accomplished through the notion of imagery project. An imagery project, as I mentioned, is where we have all the resources needed to conduct a task. I believe my screen is frozen for you. Let me just fix it. Yep, now I think it's all right. Okay, so this is the interface we see when we launch Arcgis Excalibur. I can view my my projects. Sorry, something wrong with the presentation.
So actually, we can see your screen, but
Yeah.
Can you play the video? No, it's changing. Okay.
So yeah, as I mentioned, we have these projects in a list where we can see all the projects that I have the authority to view, and they are shared with me through the organization. I can see that all the projects, they have titles. They also have dates and owner and type of the project, and we will launch the project and see an example on those. So yeah.
Can you play the video outside of the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
So until it works it out. So we still have two things. We still have the Arcgis Excalibur, and we still have the AI and imagery section. After that, we will open it for the Q&A session. Haida, are you ready? Okay, here you go.
Sorry, everyone, for the technical issue. So let's continue. I'll start where I left it off. So yeah, we can see our list of projects, and we also can see that all the projects, they have titles, owner name, created date for each project, and also we have the type of project. The type of project is something that tells the application to view a certain tools for the user to be more focused on that type. We also can see additional information about the project by viewing the details, and we can see that the image are associated with the project, and what observation layer is associated with it, and the web map. And as an editor or owner of the project, I can remove capabilities to my project. This include making textual edits to the name in instructions or summary, or even adding or removing observation layer based on the task at hand. So as we see here, we have access to the layers in the organization, and we can select from them to include in the project. So let's open this project and see this type of project that is focused on observation for construction site. As we see here, we have the project opened in this panel, and we can start collecting information from this panel by going into the tools. So let's go here. Yeah. So yeah, in the, let me go back, pull it back here. Yeah. So I will start collecting data from here. So by opening the instructions, I can see that I have access to a palette that tells me about each site, if it's active, completed, or not started. So when I click on the image, the data is reflected also on the map panel, and I have the form on the right where I can add comments. I can also add other information like I can add type, which is a domain or some drop down list. And then we have associated hidden populated fields. There are a set of fields that are associated with this observation. This will help to connect the observation to a specific image to allow for traceability of observation within the organization. Therefore, the observation is now tied to this specific image within this project, and it was collected at this time and date, and by this user at this location with this map scale. Now, as an organization, I can nearly recreate the environment from when an analyst made an observation for traceability purposes. Once all the information is filled, we can submit, and we will see that I get a notification that my work is submitted. Then and I can then run further analysis. An example of this is utilizing Operation Dashboard, where the observation that has been just collected is used immediately and updated to reflect their current status. As you can see, the observation just collected over one facility is now immediately displaying in my dashboard. And this is where the one integrated platform power comes into play. So let's now go back to the slides. Let me go back to the second demo where I'm gonna show a different workflow, not task-oriented workflow, not a task that I need to follow certain steps to finish as an analyst, but I want to visualize and exploit data to get ad hoc reports immediately from my imagery collection. So let me go to the next one. Yes. So let me play this one. Okay. So yeah, Excalibur enables users to view and analyze their focused imagery layer in an interactive exploitation canvas. I'm having a technical issue again. Let me just try to fix it. Give me 1 second. Save.
So I actually solved it. What about having another tool? You got it?
I got it. Thank you, Mustafa. Sorry, everyone. There's something wrong with with PowerPoint today. So yeah, in this demo, I'll be showing the visualization and exploitation process. I will show an example. As I mentioned, in Excalibur enable users to view and analyze their focused imagery layer in an imagery exploitation canvas. We have a set of tools that help us to exploit and get some insight from our data immediately, and we can run some analysis on the fly. And also we can show the image metadata table at the bottom of the canvas. It allows us to see information about our imagery, to interact with each imagery. The table contains metadata about each record, and based on the imagery format and type, we can view selected imagery in side-by-side mode, as we see here. On the left-hand side is the connected image in map coordinate space. That is the image being auto-rectified on the fly to match the image to match the image to the ground, aligning it to the map space. Viewing highly oblique image, we know that it's often results in visual distortions. On the right hand side, you can notice the same image top up, so it is optimized for the user to perform image analysis. This is referred to as image coordinate space, where the image is being displayed in its native perspective. This side-by-side capability helps unite the separate map-centric and image-centric views into one single view experience for imagery analysts. The image coordinate space allows analysts to work with image to enhance the image for display, menstruations, and markup. I can apply enhancement to the image, enhancements such as DRA or something like gamma, as we see here, and it's run on the fly. To adjust the image pixels, also those analyses are run on the pixels on my screen, not on the whole image. And I can also change the combination of bands and then apply my enhancements. And also I can do some measurements based on the underlying sensor models and results and return on the fly, saving time and enhancing those types of exploitation workflows. I can use also, as we see here, we can see the measurements that I run. I can also use the markup tool to highlight any area of interest in my image. For example, I noticed some cargo loading occurring on this specific image in this port. I can highlight these cargo loading areas. I can add a label to that markup. Yes, okay. So, and also I can connect this label to my callouts, further highlighting this area of activity. At any time, I can save my work as an imagery project where I can easily open my work back the status it was when I saved. So yeah, so let's save this one. This work is being saved as an imagery project. As I mentioned earlier, an imagery project is a dynamic way of organizing resources required to complete a single task. In this case, the image instructions display settings and markup will automatically save in their current status. So once my work is completed, I can export the current view as a report, which can be utilized by other people in the organization. So let's go to create a report. I can define my report extent. Then I can enter a title for that report. I can add comments, file name. I can also include additional options, such as dark mode and the title for the slide, and uploading copy of the report to the Arcgis portal. So let's create the report. I will be notified when the report has finished. So yeah, I can download it now and see it on PowerPoint. I can see that the settings that I added are included. Then I can upload the file to my organization by just drag and drop the file in this space. Yeah, so it's that easy. So let's go back now to the presentation to conclude. So yeah, who can use this application? It can be used by general analyst. It can be used by imagery specialist and imagery manager. General analyst, people who work with raster data, but they don't have the knowledge of working with such data. But that's why Arcgis Excalibur is made user-friendly for those people, those kind of personas. Imagery analyst might think this is a lightweight application, but as you saw, it includes some analysis. Some might call it complicated analysis that can be done by imagery specialists. And finally, managers, where they can monitor their tasks, and they can assign tasks through the application, and also they can run some other metrics using other Arcgis applications. So what is required for Arcgis Excalibur? We need a base deployment of 10.7 or above, and we need an Arcgis image server to run in the background, and of course we need the product itself. So for more information, please visit the web page for the product on Esri website, and you can find a lot of use cases and articles and Arcgis blogs about this product. So sorry, I have to conclude this very quick because I took a lot of time with this technical issue. Now I'm going to pass it to my colleague Mustafa. He's going to show us how AI and machine learning and also deep learning can be utilized in image analysis in ArcGIS. Thank you all. It's all yours, Mustafa.
So thank you, Aid. That was interesting with Arcgis Excalibur. So the last section today will be talking about the AI capabilities and the new imagery enhancements in the Arcgis platform. We saw a big enhancement, what Aid showed us in the Arcgis in terms of exploiting and a lightweight web application that allows imagery analysts, imagery managers, and different type of user profiles to access imagery data in an easy way. So let's go today through Esri capabilities for using AI to extract information from imagery and explain how we can get started if you are interested in these capabilities within your organization. So let me just run a quick poll before we move forward. Okay, this was the old one. Okay, so I'll launch a poll asking you if imagery is part of your GIS workflows. Okay, and the results are great, actually. So most of you use imagery as part of your GIS workflows. I'll stop sharing the results, and let's go and explain about AI in terms of ArcGIS. So you've probably seen or heard about the term artificial intelligence a lot, right? It's trending and people are talking about it and debating, but there's also a lot of confusion as well. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, we can break it down into three fields of work. First, the big circle, which is artificial intelligence, trying to get machines to achieve a human level intelligence. And there was one presentation done by our friend from Esri global team, Dr. Adel, in 2017, I believe, and he was trying to explain, and he explained artificial intelligence in a very easy way. So he was saying, what's the difference between a human brain and a machine in terms of identifying objects? And like he said, like a machine can know if there is a half of a human appearing behind the wall, but it will say it's a half a human. It will not say a human, but a human will say this is a human because he knows that there is another half behind the wall. So this might be small difference between a machine and a really human, but there's also machine learning and deep learning going into place, which actually matches the brain of a human in terms of neural network. So the next thing is machine learning, and in the smaller circle. In the smaller circle, we have the machine learning. This is a field of artificial intelligence that was focused on learning from data that we have to derive rules and extract patterns, rather than having to explicitly program those rules. The last thing is deep learning, and this is a specific kind of machine learning that applies specific techniques called deep neural networks to mimic actually the way of a human brain, the way that a human brain learns. So deep learning is becoming very good at processing and understanding high-dimensional data like images. So what we're here to discuss today is applying deep learning to imagery, and this is the interesting part of it. So there are many examples of how can you apply artificial intelligence and deep learning to imagery workflows. We have some use cases where deep learning was used to detect images, structures after disasters like hurricanes, floods, and earthquakes. And that was done at a scale across multiple big areas, like states, for example. Also, there are some customers who applied artificial intelligence to identify building footprints, to extract those footprints and road segments as well for national mapping and statistics, for example. And a lot of work that has been done as well to use deep learning for land cover classifications recently. There are many other proven applications for those capabilities as well, like finding pipeline violations, monitoring competitor oil paths, identifying road cracks. Those are being used by the oil industry and the transportation industries. And they are being used to extract features, for example, as well as cars or palm trees, even to identify swimming pools from imagery. All that is done from imagery. There are countless of examples beyond what we've just seen and talked about. The general rule actually for imagery artificial intelligence workflow is if you want to apply artificial intelligence on imagery, you need to have this rule of thumb. Whatever a human can detect in imagery within 1 to 2 seconds can be detected through artificial intelligence. So if you have an imagery, a raw data, that you cannot detect by your human eye, an object within 1 or 2 seconds, then your artificial workflow will not work. So we need to take this into consideration. You need a high resolution imagery. It depends on the workflow that you are doing. Otherwise, don't expect the machine to do the job for you. So a small statistic for explain why we need deep learning for imagery. Why do we use deep learning for imagery? The short answer is that computer vision use deep learning is now improving to be almost as good as human vision. The chart that we see here on this slide reported error rates from the ImageNet Visual Recognition Challenge. This is a challenge that is being done worldwide. This is a reputable competition where different contenders use different methods and algorithms, those are data scientists, to visually identify objects in image. You can see that the error rate is declining significantly for deep learning techniques. You see, like in 2016, the deep learning techniques reached the human error rate. But over the last 5 years, deep learning has achieved error rates even below 3.6%, and those rates are still declining. So after 2017, the ImageNet decided to replace this competition with a more challenging one because deep learning algorithms were able to consistently achieve such an extremely high level of accuracy. So this is a very real important technique that we need to use because actually it's enhancing with time. Okay, so what we saw here covers one of the benefits of using deep learning techniques, which is accuracy. We are talking about accuracy like the eye retina that is being detected via humans. But also deep learning has a couple of additional advantages. So one of those advantages is speed as well. When paired with powerful GPU processing, deep learning can find objects in imagery much faster than traditional technique. So this is certainly true for human vision, but it's also true for other computer vision approaches. The speed is critical for organizations that need to get insights quickly. The third advantage is scale. Deep learning can also easily scale to cover areas of any size. From a small area to a city or even an entire country. In short, deep learning techniques, you can find things in imagery faster and with greater accuracy at whatever scale you need to examine. So this is in brief about the deep learning, the machine learning, and the artificial intelligence. So how do you use this in an end-to-end geospatial artificial intelligence lifecycle? So Esri help people to apply those deep learning techniques via Arcgis to support the whole lifecycle. You can use Arcgis to access your imagery. This is the first thing that you need to do. You need to download your imagery to access that imagery, label and prepare training data within Arcgis, train deep learning models, and those models are built in with the Arcgis technology nowadays. You can use Arcgis Pro to train your deep learning models. Even you can label and prepare your training data within Arcgis Pro, for example, and then deploy and consume those models to run inferencing at scale. So those are great features that were released in the last couple of years. But what does deep learning workflow look like in Arcgis actually? Let's dive a little deeper into some of those key steps before we conclude on this webinar today. So the first thing that you need to do is to prepare your data. And Arcgis gives you, as we said, tools for labeling objects in training samples and exporting those training samples so they can be used in deep learning frameworks. Once you have your training samples ready, you can start training your model. And you can train models in Arcgis Pro without writing a single line of code, actually. You can also use those Arcgis Learn module to call deep learning tools through Arcgis API for Python, or you call these tools outside ArcGIS using your preferred deep learning framework. So data scientists use different deep learning framework, and in ArcGIS, it's available to them to use whatever framework they prefer. Finally, you can use your trained model once it's ready to extract insights from your imagery. So you can run geoprocessing tools that will extract a lot of features at scale. So in the artificial intelligence world, this is known as inferencing. When you scale up your data extraction and detect objects at scale, and also classify pixels and classify object classes as well. So I'll go through those applications of deep learning in GIS before we open it to questions and answers. So a closer look on the kinds of deep learning capabilities that we can apply to different types of problems. Generally speaking, ArcGIS supports 4 types of deep learning modules in imagery. The first is the pixel classification. This is about looking at every pixel in an image and assigning it to a specific category. Then we can color it, and this is great when you need to classify in previous surfaces like aerial imagery, for example. The second one is object detection. This is not about pixel classification. Instead, the model just looks at tags and identifiable objects. And this is useful when you just want to able to identify, count, and highlight the location of specific types of objects in an image, like palm trees, for example, or pipelines, or protected habitat. The third one is instance segmentation. It's like a combination of pixel classification and object detection. But if you want to both detect a certain kind of objects and see their visual footprint, a good application of instance segmentation is extracting, for example, footprints. You need to do both to be able to identify buildings in an image and show all the pixels associated with each building. This is especially important when buildings are very close to each other. So this will save time a lot, not to go onto the field and do site surveying. You can do all that from your imagery. And finally, there is image classification. This goes one step beyond simply detecting objects to also categorize those objects, for example. So you can not only identify a building, but also whether that building is damaged or destroyed. So with ArcGIS, you can get an end-to-end workflow for all these deep learning models. See here's how it looks like. So I'll go just to let you know that via learning.arcgis.com, you can apply, you can start using this tutorial on using deep learning to assess palm tree health. It will walk you through a tutorial about how to create your training samples, how to detect palm trees with deep learning models using ArcGIS Pro as well, and then how to estimate vegetation and health. Let me go to the last slide today and show you actually the collections of ArcGIS imagery GeoAI collections. This will summarize all what I've wanted to talk in terms of products. So we have desktop GeoAI collections like ArcGIS Pro and image analyst extensions. We have the enterprise GeoAI collections, ArcGIS Server, Image Server, ArcGIS Pro, and the image analyst extension. And also we have potential add-ons that you might be using, like PSAI Jumpstart, Python scripting, and ArcGIS Drone Collection, Notebook Server. This is one thing that connects ArcGIS Pro with external libraries and frameworks that usually data scientists use. So they don't want to use different type of interfaces. They can bring their library into ArcGIS Notebook Server. Also, that can be opened via ArcGIS Pro desktop application. And we have that also potential add-on like Arcgis Online if you want to scale up and use that into your AI workflows. I'll open it now to the questions and answers. We still have 5 minutes, I believe, right? 5 minutes for the question, 4 minutes. So 4 minutes for the questions and answers. We are happy to answer your questions. And in case we didn't answer those, we didn't have time, then we'll be sending you the answers in a separate email after this webinar. So let's stop sharing the screen and open that for the questions. We will open the video so we can say goodbye to you after this webinar ends. I want to also thank the team, Firas, Said, and Dalal for all their contribution today and yesterday as well. I want to thank Abdullah Muhammad and Faisal Basudan. And on behalf of Esri Saudi Arabia family, we say that we miss you and we look forward to meet you as soon as possible after this situation ends. So I believe we don't have any questions till now. I'll give it like a couple of minutes if we receive any questions. If not, then we will end this webinar. And as I said before, we will be also uploading those sessions into our YouTube channel. So I believe we're okay, we're fine, right? So thanks all for attending to those 2 days of sessions of a lot of information. We believe that there's a lot of things to be conducted as well. We will be working on other webinars in the future, and we hope that you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.